Sorry, guys. I'm going to take the blame for running late tonight. So if you give me just another second to get situated, then we'll get started. Sound good? Okay. You guys are all ready now. We will get this party started. A majority of the board is present, therefore a quorum is present, and the meeting is qualified to consider the agenda items. Board Member Wester, would you please let the audience know of our interpretation services for Spanish?
That would be great. Si alguien está interesado en escuchar la reunión en español, tenemos a la intérprete atrás si necesitan dispositivos para que puedan usar durante la reunión. Gracias.
Thank you, Board Member Wester. I would also like to let the audience know that we have two ASL interpreters at this evening's meeting, Ms. Judy Ingram and Ms. Angela Queen, located here at the front of the room to my left. We are very excited to welcome them to our meeting. So thank you, ladies, very much. We look forward to working with you tonight and in the future. Tonight's flag salute will be led by the Webster High JROTC under the direction of Chief Warrant Officer 2nd Class Phyllis Mabry. Please stand as we prepare for the flag salute. Sorry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors and Pledge of Allegiance by the Daniel Webster High School JROTC Color Guard. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Salute, pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color, post. Thank you. You may be seated.
Lieutenant Caldwell, I apologize. We worked out what we were going to say ahead of time, and then I just started reading from my script, and I totally stole her line. So I'm very sorry. Board Member Woolley, would you like to introduce tonight's cadets?
Absolutely. Tonight we had Pledge Leader Alasia Caldwell, Color Guard, Cadet Sergeant Anna Rivera, Cadet Second Lieutenant Shakasi, Ostrander, Second Lieutenant Mia Elder, Staff Sergeant Gary Hicks, and Cadet Brian Rose. Thank you, guys.
Excellent job, cadets. I also failed to mention that this evening our live board feed will also feature a picture-in-picture box with our ASL interpreters in the bottom of the screen as well, so that people at home can watch as well. All right. I would like to remind those wishing to address the board to sign up with our new board clerk, Ms. Sarah Bazone. We are all sad to see Cindy's face go, but feel very confident and excited to see Sarah's face arrive. So we love Sarah, and we think that you will too. But feel free to see her to sign up to speak. There is a 5-minute limit to those comments, and I would like to remind speakers that in accordance with board policy, staff and board members will not be entering into a dialogue with speakers during the board meeting. Upon approval of the consent agenda, no additional speaker requests will be accepted. So if you're contemplating speaking this evening, please be sure that you sign up early. Thank you all for coming tonight. I see lots of shining faces, and we appreciate your being here. We appreciate your advocacy in being here. Please know that while we cannot enter into conversation with you while you're at the podium, we are listening, I promise. And we are paying attention, and we are giving you all the respect that we possibly can. We have some tough decisions to make tonight and in the coming weeks, and this is definitely not easy for you as a community, as a school community, I know, and it's certainly not easy for those of us sitting up here. So thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do for our kids every day. So, I lost my place. Here we go. Okay, so with that being said, I would also like to remind you guys that it's super important that the board members and the audience be able to hear our speakers. So if you would please make sure that your cell phones are on silent, and if you have any conversations, please take them out into the hallway. All right. Before considering a motion to adopt the agenda, I would like to recommend that we change the lineup of tonight's agenda. I ask that the staff report be presented prior to the information items this evening. Dr. Gist, do you have any other changes that you would like to make to tonight's agenda?
I do, Madam President. Board members, I'd like to withdraw item G15. I want to make sure that board members and board committee get some additional time on that, but we will bring it back to the board at a future meeting. And I also wanted to just chime in on recognizing some new faces. Sarah Bazone, who's our new board clerk, was recognized. Sarah's been with Tulsa Public Schools for 25 years, and she's a really fabulous asset to the district, and I know will do a great job serving the Board of Education. So wanted to congratulate her. I also want to introduce someone who to many people needs no introduction, Joe Jennings, who is our interim Chief Information and Analytics Officer. Joe has been a part of the Tulsa Public Schools family since he was a Memorial Charger and a graduate of Memorial, and his wife works at Mayo Elementary, and he's been working with the district for a very long time as well. I don't remember how many years, Joe. Okay, you're not going to tell us, but just trust me, it's a long time. So I'm really glad to have you in that role, and thank you for your leadership. That's all, Madam President.
Excellent. Yes, we're all very excited to see both Sarah and Joe. Joe was my first friendly face here at TPS. I was unaware, actually, that he worked here, and on my first day to come up after I was elected for meetings, Joe was the first person I saw getting off of the elevator, so it made me very happy. All right, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
Move approval.
Second. Thank you. I'll call for the vote. Ms. Marshall.
Aye.
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 Aye. Item C, special presentations and awards. We have none this evening, which bring us to item D, approve minutes of the December 2nd, 2019, December 16th. Did I skip something?
I have one special presentation. Congratulations.
Please, Ms. Schreiber.
Just want to welcome the newlywed also to the table. Dr. Gist got married over the holidays, and so we're extending our congratulations and excitement around that. Yes, we love love.
Okay, the minutes, the December 2nd and December 16th regular meetings of the board. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Call for the vote, Ms. Wester.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Brings us to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Hosmer. Are there any questions on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Ms. Marshall?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The action agenda, item F, we have 4 items on our action agenda this evening. Ms. Bazone, do we have any speakers to our action items? Okay, excellent. All right. Item F1 is to pay the College Board for advanced placement exams administered to students at Booker T. Washington High School during the 2019-2020 school year, not to exceed $70,000. The rationale is that students at Booker T. experience quality learning in the classroom by participating in AP courses and validating the experience by taking AP exams. Booker T. has administered the AP exams for the past 50 years. Approximately 1,500 exams were given, which were prepaid by students at a cost of $94 per exam. The item is being submitted for consideration on the action agenda to expedite the payment to the vendor. I will entertain a motion to approve item F1.
So
Move
moved.
approval.
Second.
Excellent. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Dr. Hosmer?
Yeah, I have a question, and it's probably a consequence of being fairly new to the board. And so what happens when students and parents aren't able to pay the $94?
That is an excellent question, Dr. Hosmer.
I'll take that, Dr. Hosmer. We actually are able to get a fee waiver for economically disadvantaged students. So that fee waiver is $32. So it reduces the cost by $32. And then there are various ways that we work to help students so that we can ensure that all students who want to take the exam take the exam.
Okay, I assumed that was the case, but clarification. Thank you.
Fantastic. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Ms. Marshall?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Item F2 is to approve a resolution fixing the combined purpose general obligation bonds, Series 2020A, to mature each year, fixing the time and place the bonds are to be sold, approving the preliminary official statement and authorizing distribution of the same, authorizing the clerk to give the notice of sale as required by law, and approving other matters related to the issuance of the district's combined purpose general obligation bond, Series 2020A. Rationale is that the sale of the bond as part of the 2015 voter referendum will allow the district projects to proceed that have been outlined in the district's bond book. The resolution authorizes the issuance of $12,965,000 in building bonds, Proposition 1, $700,000 in library improvement bonds, Proposition 2, and $9,335,000 in classroom material bonds, Proposition 4. I will now entertain a motion to approve item F2.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Member Wester?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye. That brings us to item F3, approve an agreement for registrar and paying agent services with BOKF NA on the district's combined purpose general obligation bonds, Series 2020A. Rationale, a registrar and paying agent is necessary to properly administrate the sale and receipt of bond funds. BOKF NA has served as the district's registrar and paying agent for all past bond programs with excellent results. I will now entertain a motion to approve item F3.
So moved.
Second. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Board Member Schreiber.
Regarding the BOK as the pay agent, how long have they served in that capacity? If anyone knows.
It's more than 20 years.
We've been working with BOK for over 20 years. In that specific capacity as the agent, I would need to get some clarification on that. I don't know if Chris Hudgens would know. No? So we would need to get some clarity on that.
Okay. They have a specific dedicated school bond department, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
It's my understanding through Oklahoma School Board Association that they serve in that capacity for several districts across the state.
Well, it's definitely the largest financial institution in the state, I believe, the largest bank.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call. Oh, please, Dr. Gist.
I hope the board doesn't mind my interjecting here, but it's unfortunate that there are, we welcome criticism and we are as transparent as we can possibly be, and we intend to continue to operate in that fashion. But unfortunately, there is a gentleman in Tulsa who has taken it upon himself to fabricate things, and the reason I want to bring this up at this moment is that my new husband works for the Bank of Oklahoma, and it has come to me from a couple different sources that someone is out there saying that there's some financial relationship to be gained by my new family, and that is completely fictional, absolutely created intentionally to bring criticism upon me personally and upon the district. And so I just want to point out that my husband does not work in the office that is connected to this work at all and is not associated with this work. And the Bank of Oklahoma is a very large company in Tulsa, and this work has been going on for a long time. And I don't know how long we've done this work, but I assure you it was longer than I have known him. So
in the audience, we also have Rick Smith, who's one of our trusted advisors, who's we've worked with since I think the late 90s. And if he would be so kind to come up and talk to some of these items, and potentially having worked with Tulsa Public Schools since the late 90s, maybe there's also some additional historical context you could share.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Gist. My name is Rick Smith, President of Municipal Finance Services. As you know, we have served as your financial advisor on your bond issues for over 20 years. There really only are 2 or 3 banks in Oklahoma that provide this service. Bank of Oklahoma in Tulsa has been your paying agent and registrar for many, many years, as has been stated. This service is basically an administrative service. The fees, as you know, in the information are very, very small, and it seems like that it's always appropriate to continue to working with a paying agent that has been your prior paying agent, because they are paying all your other existing bonds, and it just makes sense to go ahead and have them in this capacity. And it's our recommendation that they be approved.
And so the last thing on that I just want to say is be savvy consumers, the same way we want our students to be savvy consumers of information, and know that there is stuff out there that is pure fiction, absolutely created for the sole intention of being disparaging on people. So ask, just ask, because we will answer.
Thank you, Dr. Gist and Chief Delgadillo. We appreciate the extra information. Are there any other questions or concerns? No? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Ms. Marshall?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That brings us to item F4, approving agreement with Hilborn and Weedman PC to serve as bond counsel and disclosure counsel on the district's combined purpose general obligation bonds, Series 2020A. Rationale. The district engages experts for these services in connection with bond issuing to ensure compliance with all rules and regulations governing the sale of bonds. The use of bond counsel is necessary to prepare the required documentation for bond sale in a correct manner and provide a legal opinion to the purchaser of the bonds regarding the tax-exempt nature of the obligations. Due to recent SEC review and enforcement actions related to disclosure, the bond counsel role has been expanded to include disclosure counsel responsibilities. Under the referenced bond counsel and disclosure counsel engagement, bond counsel fee would be $13,000 and disclosure counsel fee would be $8,000 for the 2020 A bonds, for a total cost of $21,000 payable from bond proceeds. I will now entertain a motion to approve item F4.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. I will call for the vote. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Are there any questions or discussion to be had? It's a lot of reading. Everybody's good? Okay, I will call for the vote then. Ms. Wester?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye. That is the end of our action agenda this evening, which brings us to the out-of-order staff report. Dr. Gist, would you like to present the staff report before consideration of information items this evening?
We would, Madam President. I think the staff report will be really important for the public and the Board of Education to understand the information items that are coming, because while the information items themselves come one by one, they're very much connected as a part of a whole set of recommendations, and we wanted to make sure that those were shared in their totality. And so I'm going to kick it off, and I want to just start by saying, kind of echoing a little bit of what our board president said at the beginning of the meeting, and something that I shared with our team members and a message I sent to them today, which is that this will be a challenging couple of months. The board has before them some difficult decisions and some really important decisions. We also, though, within this are also some really important recommendations that are about the future of our district, and this isn't just a cutting exercise. We absolutely looked at this as the shaping our future, the description that we used for it. Who are we as a district? What are we doing to move forward to stabilize and grow our enrollment? And all the parts of that that are woven into the recommendation that a series of recommendations that you'll see as part of this presentation. And I want to just, so I'm going to go over the vision and our challenge. We'll also then talk about the process and remind folks about the process that we went through. And then we're going to go over the recommendations themselves. Some of this you will have seen if you came to community meetings, but there is also additional and much more substance here in these recommendations that I think will be really helpful for the board and the public to see. We'll talk about our future and then, of course, have additional discussion. We encourage the board members to ask questions as we go. There's no need to hold your questions. If you have one, just turn on your light and we'll address it at that moment. So with that, we'll dive in. This should be familiar to you. Our district is made up of a little less than 40,000 students. That includes our Tulsa Public School students and our district schools, as well as our public charter school partners, our team members and our teachers, and together we're on one bold journey. Our teachers are included as part of our team members. Our district is extremely diverse, and we see that as an asset. It's an asset to our district, and we've seen shifts in our demographics over the years and decades, and in particular we've seen the diversity in our district increase, and we've seen the percentages of students who are English language learners increase as well. In fact, our students come from 65 countries and speak nearly 80 languages and dialects, and you can see over to the side how the enrollment totals are made up, that our district has 83% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch, and so forth. 22% are multilingual learners, and so this is who we are, and we believe that our diversity is an asset. It does mean that we have additional needs and needs that we need to serve, and that's one of the things we'll talk about a little bit later on. So our vision is to have a resilient, sustainable future for our students. So again, the Shaping Our Future exercise was not just an exercise in managing our structural deficit and the cuts that we knew that we had to address, but it was also very much about who are we as a district, what do Tulsans value, what matters to Tulsans, what do they want to see in our schools, and how do we make sure that we're communicating that and putting our best information forward and for our families. And so this is kind of how those broke out into different categories from the whole child perspective. We know that, and we heard from our community, that we need to make sure that we're supporting our students' social and emotional learning and supporting behavior in school, students' ability to be those contributors in the school and classroom communities. We also heard very strongly from Tulsans, especially from students themselves, that the arts and athletics are very important to them, and so you'll see information about that. We're building strong instructional practice, aligning to state standards. While they are new since I've been to Oklahoma, we absolutely have been working on that since the new standards were adopted, and making sure that we have materials that are aligned to standards, and also working to address culturally sustaining materials for our students, meaning making sure that our students in our schools see figures in literature and history and so forth who reflect who they are as well. And then retaining and supporting our experienced teachers. We have to hold on to teachers. We know that Oklahoma has a massive teacher shortage, but we need to hold on to our teachers, and we've had to focus on retaining novice teachers because that's where we lose the most of our teachers in those early years. But our experienced teacher, the whole goal of that was for novice teachers to become experienced teachers, but we also want to make sure that our existing experienced teachers know how much they're valued in our district. We also want to make sure that our schools are strong, and that includes our neighborhood schools. And so some of our specialized programs that we have in the district, we want to make sure that they're not just available in schools of choice, but are also available in neighborhood schools. So this includes dual language and others, and you'll hear more about all of this in a little bit. Equitable access to school programming, and then of course where we are a national leader is in college and careers and post-secondary work that we've been doing. So what our mission is to inspire and prepare every student to love learning, achieve ambitious goals, and make positive contributions to our world. Our beliefs are that our students can. We believe in our students. We know that our teachers are at the heart of what makes it all happen, that our principals are key to supporting teachers and students, that our district team members are all in, meaning the only reason we exist in our roles is in service of our schools and the folks who work in them, and that our community is essential, that we are a public school system and we belong to the public and we belong to Tulsans. Our core values shape all of our decisions, and they are how we show up every day and how we make decisions. Equity is our top core value, and we've always had that one first, and it was something that the board and I felt very strongly about, and our team and the community when we put Destination Excellence in place. So it was a roundly supported in 2015-16 when we put our Destination Excellence in place. So one of the things that often happens, though, is that people will say, well, what do we mean by that? What do we mean when we talk about leading for equity? And there's so many things that I won't talk about now. We should probably do a staff report at some point updating folks about our equity work. But I want to just touch on a few things on what does it actually mean specifically. It's not just a word. What does it mean? So it means that we have a responsibility to create the conditions to bring to life our belief that our kids can. And that when we make decisions, every decision that we make either it contributes to gaps in performance, maintains the status quo, or widens gaps. We know that our decisions have ripple effects on our students, and that we have to be aware of what those ripple effects are. So leading for equity means making sure that we recognize that some of our students need additional supports and services to be able to have the opportunity to succeed at their greatest capabilities. So our challenge. Everyone in this room, and I'm confident everyone in Tulsa and the state as a whole is aware that our state does not fund education adequately and has made significant cuts to education. But one of the things that often comes up is why Tulsa? Why is Tulsa having this conversation? And it's because of this combination of situations that are right here. So it is state funding, and we are still as a state $100 million less than what we spent on education 10 years ago. It is also those changing community needs that we talked about earlier. And we're going to say more about this in a little bit, about the needs of our students and the funding that is necessary for us to provide those equitable supports to our students. But those needs are not being met by the state of Oklahoma, and it makes it very difficult for us when we're trying to lead with equity, when we're putting that at the forefront, knowing that some of our students need additional supports just to be able to have that same opportunity to achieve at their greatest capabilities. Those supports aren't always there to the extent we know they need to be because of that lack of support in the funding formula. And then student enrollment. So when the enrollment, because we're funded on per pupil, when the enrollment declines, then our funding declines. And that's not the only driver, but it definitely plays a factor in all of this. And because our fixed costs are very difficult to change, when you see changes in enrollment, they happen all across the district. And so our ability to be nimble and make those changes rapidly it's difficult for us to do that. You'll see later in the presentation how much we've done to address that, however. So our district has unique opportunities and unique challenges. This is the other part about what makes us different. So just to touch on a few examples. One example is the size of our district, and when I say that, I mean the physical size of our district. In the funding formula, the state funding formula, transportation is funded. The funding formula for transportation is very, very outdated. We receive about $600,000 a year from the state of Oklahoma for transportation, and you can see on the chart that we spend $10 million a year on transportation. Our buses travel 13,000 miles every single day, and you can see that we cover 173 square miles. This makes us different from many districts, not all districts. And so the superintendent in Broken Arrow, I've had this conversation with her many times. They also have a large square mile district, and it plays a role in their budget. But for most people, this is not the factor that it is, and even for Broken Arrow, it's not even close to the significance that it is for us. Again, our student needs. So I touched on this a little bit already. Because our student need is so significant, and because we are not supported through updated weights and modernized weights, we aren't able to meet the needs of our students with the funding that we have. And then our design. Our district was built and grew at a time where school was very different. When I was in Tulsa Public Schools in the 70s, not only was the district much larger, but it also was a district that was structured very differently. Every little neighborhood had a little neighborhood school, and everyone walked or rode their bikes to that school. And the size of the schools were built at a time where it was very common to have, 200 or 300 students in a school. And so we have about 50 neighborhood elementary schools. And when you have schools, we've talked about this at board meetings in the past, when you have smaller schools versus the larger schools that we see in the suburbs with several hundreds of students or even more than 1,000 students, our ability to serve students in those schools changes very significantly because of the school size. So going back to student need for just a minute, there are many factors that we have to take into consideration. And so when we say that our students have significant need, and we talk about students, their families, financial situation or other needs that they may have. Sometimes we need to be more specific than that. So this slide just gives us some additional information about all the factors that go into that. So we have a significant mobility challenge in our city. Tulsa has the 11th highest eviction rate in the country, and this significantly plays into our student needs. Our Mayor Bynum has he's really made Tulsans, I think, across the board much more aware of the issues around life expectancy for different parts of our city. And this is also an area where, as a state, we have the fourth lowest life expectancy at birth in the nation, and that plays into students' success for our children as they grow up from birth. And trauma. I mean, when we talk about what's known as the ACEs score, or the adverse childhood experiences, this is something that Oklahoma, we are the state, we're tied actually, but we are the state with the largest percentage of youth with 3 or more of the items on the ACEs questionnaire survey. And if you have never read that, I just strongly encourage you to take a look at those factors on that ACEs score. In fact, I should put that out on social media, because it definitely gives you a picture of the challenges that our students are facing in their lives and families are facing. And then that comes into our classrooms, and then that puts an additional responsibility on teachers. And again, that's why those additional supports and services are so necessary. The item that is most closely correlated with student success is the academic, the educational level of the community. And so when we see that only 1 out of 4 adults in Oklahoma has a bachelor's degree or higher, and when we see that in 9 out of 10 students live in neighborhoods where fewer adults have a college degree than the average of the county, that also plays a significant role in our student success. And then food security, I think, and food insecurity and food deserts are something that, again, I think our mayor and others in the city have elevated and made sure that we're aware of. And while I know that there's work happening on that, we know that 4 out of 10 students live more than a mile away from a grocery store that has fresh produce. So again, just wanted to touch on these factors and what all this means for our students. And so this chart is illustrating an issue that we have talked about before, but I want to make sure that we're clear about the message to take from this chart. So what this chart is saying is that nearly all the schools that received an F grade serve populations where at least 90% of the students come from economically disadvantaged families. And what that means is it's about $30,000 for a family of 4. That gives you a sense of what does it mean to be economically disadvantaged. Now, this is a really important point. This does not mean in any way, shape, or form that our students whose families live in poverty or for schools that have significant numbers of students who live in poverty, does not mean that those students are not capable of achieving at high levels. That is not the message. But because our state is not funding the extra, by their own admission, funding the extra supports that our students need, and again, we have a chart, we're going to go over those numbers. All right now, our state accountability system is doing is saying, we're not getting it done as a state, because this is not just Tulsa Public Schools, this is statewide, that we are demonstrating that we're failing to provide the equitable resources that students need to be able to thrive and be successful. So when we fail to do that as a society, when we fail to serve our most vulnerable children, we're hurting them individually, of course, but we're also hurting ourselves as a community and as an entire state. So I'm going to, so here is that chart. Am I passing it to you? Okay. I don't get to do this one?
You're doing this.
Oh, okay. Good, because I want to do this one. Okay, so You all have heard me talk a lot about Senate Bill 362. And Senate Bill 362 was sponsored by Senator Stanislawski, and he chaired also the task force that reviewed our state funding formula. And so our team did the analysis of what that bill, if that bill had passed, and it did pass the Senate, it did not go farther, but we are confident that it will be considered during this next legislative session. We did the analysis of what that would mean for Tulsa Public Schools. And basically what happened was the task force, the statewide task force, took a look at the funding formula. And they said, overall, we have a good funding formula in the sense that it does distribute funding equitably across the state. We don't put enough money into it, so that's number one. But the second thing that the task force discovered is that the weights had not been updated for about more than 30 years. And so that was what this bill was addressing, that the weights that say, how do we support students who have extra needs? And the bill came out of the recommendations that came from the statewide task force. And so this is just showing that that increased change in those weights based on our student population would mean, if that had passed last year, it would have meant for us more than $20 million additional for our district. Now, it doesn't mean that we wouldn't have needed to be all the efficiencies, that some of the things that we're going to be talking about tonight, and even some of the harder decisions that we're talking about tonight, doesn't mean that we wouldn't have done some of those. But it does mean that that's money that then gives us that opportunity to provide in a more equitable way the kinds of supports and services that we know that students who have different needs need in order to achieve at the levels that we know they're capable of achieving at if they have those right supports. So that is no, it's just a coincidence, by the way, that it's $20 million. I know that seems odd, but it just happened. In fact, the first time we ran the analysis, it was about 18, and then we ran it with some updated numbers of our, and it's, as you can see, they're a little more than $20 million. So again, it doesn't, if that bill passes, it does mean additional funding for Tulsa. What that would mean, though, is that then those are things that we would need to do and distribute those in an equitable way to serve students that bill would be intended to serve. So I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, who's going to go over the process that we use for shaping our future.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. Thank you, Dr. Gist. I'm going to move through this fairly quickly because we've talked through this a number of times, but I do want to remind the board and share with the community the steps that we took as we were leading for equity to authentically engage with our community. Community meaning our educators, our school leaders, our community leaders, our civic leaders, our business leaders, our parent leaders, Tulsans from all walks of life, as we are shaping our future to build a resilient and sustainable future for our students. So in September, we began the process. We stay grounded in two of the things that matter most: our children and our community. So again, just stressing, that's why we exist. Dr. Gist said earlier that members of the district office team exist solely to support our schools and our families. So in September, we began to engage our community. We had 24 meetings where we engaged 1,500 Tulsans. Those were held across our high schools. We also had a number of meetings in the Education Service Center at Wilson with other stakeholder groups. We also created a budget advisory group where we convened 38 community members, including members of the business community, the civic community, parent leaders, teacher leaders, faith leaders, and we had several convenings of the budget advisory group. The budget advisory group was taking information from the broader community stakeholder process in phase 1, and then some of the information in phase 2. In phase 2, we convened or invited over 300 civic, community, teacher, school leaders to come together, parent leaders to come together for more intensive work sessions sessions. We had two sets we divided folks into two groups, and there were two sessions for each group. In the first session, we talked about school finance. We talked about myths around school budgeting. We also talked about how the staffing plan actually works and what that means for class sizes, and a variety of other pieces of information that we wanted to make sure people had a robust understanding of. In session 2, we then began to move into giving folks the opportunity to workshop around what they would do. So taking information from the community workshops or the community meetings that happened, those 24 community meetings, also taking information from the community-wide budget survey that we launched that like over 5,000 Tulsans completed. So the participants in the workshops thought through all that information and then said, hey, here's what we would recommend that you guys consider doing. So you'll see when we look at the combination of the community meetings that we had, those initial community meetings, those 24, coupled with the budget survey, we had some clear ideas about what Tulsans were least willing to reduce. So that was teacher compensation, class sizes, particularly large increases, like increasing class sizes by 3, 4, 5, 6 students, and social, emotional, and learning supports. Tulsans were most willing to reduce student transportation and bell times, teacher leadership opportunities, and building utilization. Specifically around building utilization, in the survey we were very clear that that meant school closures, so closing schools if there were other schools that were able to accommodate students when we think about school sizes. That information again went to those community workshops where individuals worked, and the consistent set of recommendations, while people were very clear to say that they weren't happy about having to make those recommendations, named reductions to district office, closure of 3 to 4 elementary schools, changes to the staffing plan. I think key takeaway here is folks at the community workshops understood that the staffing plan changes there would increase class size, and they understood that that needed to happen. However, they helped us understand, along with school leaders, how to do that in a way that was not across the board, meaning pre-K-12, but more focused on elementary and a lower number. So you'll see later in the presentation that we're making a recommendation of increasing the staffing ratio at the elementary level, which would lead to an average increase of 1 student. And then finally, decrease teacher professional development opportunities were what the community workshop participants shared with us. So we took all of this information. It helped to shape the final set of recommendations that in phase 3 we shared out across 4 community meetings in December, and is what we are bringing forth to you this evening. The other thing throughout this process, with all of the input that we received from our community, we had a lot of ideas. People put a lot of things on the table and said, hey, are you considering that? Have you thought about this? And we did take a number of these things. Here's an example of some of them. Starting school after Labor Day, advertising on buses, solar energy panels, and cell communication towers, assessing real estate holdings. These are all things that we've been actively pursuing. In some cases, we looked into things like starting school after Labor Day and advertising on buses. We've decided we're not going to move forward with that at this point in time, given what it will take to implement some of those changes or what we are able to do to date. But we will continue to revisit those in the future. These other areas we're still exploring to understand what that would look like. We also have a number of initiatives with strong plans that are on pause or scaled back until we have more revenue. So as Dr. Gist just mentioned, let's say that the funding formula weights are modernized and we have 22 million additional dollars coming to us. There are recommendations that we're making this evening that we would be making regardless. That allows us to take that additional revenue to begin to do a number of things that we know we need to do to create a more equitable and just system for our students students. So some of those things that we have strong plans for but are on pause are adding professional development days for teachers. We know that our teachers need and deserve more professional learning time, so we understand what it would take to do that, and we'll be looking as revenue increases to add contractual days for our teachers to support them in their professional learning and growth. Increasing teacher salaries, we absolutely want to do that, inclusive of making investments in teacher retirement, so we'd be looking at doing that with increased revenue. Expanding our assessments and the training and coaching related to those. So we talked to the board on December 16th, I believe it was, when we gave our performance report. We talked a lot about the comprehensive assessment system and the different types of information that teachers need and use to make instructional decisions, particularly those kinds of decisions that happen on a more regular basis. We know we need to do more there, and we'll be looking to invest. Expanding teacher, leader, coach roles to support teacher coaches at school sites. Expanding opportunities to develop future school leaders. We need to have like a bench of people who are ready to be assistant principals and principals, and so we know that we want to expand work there. And then of course summer programming and out of school time programs. We want to expand what we do in the summer to be inclusive of all day programming as well as more sites. And of course we've talked a lot about summer learning loss, what we believe we can do to help mitigate that, and the role that out of school time activities and programming can do to support that. So as more revenue comes in, this is the list we would look to based upon feedback from our community of stakeholders to make investments in. And with that, I'm going to hand off to my colleague, our Chief Financial Officer, Norberto Delgadillo, who's going to walk us through, okay, we came out of this process, we gathered all this feedback, we have these recommendations, so what are the details of the recommendations?
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Shannon. And so we've had information, we just had conversations regarding our vision, the challenges we face, and the collaborative effort over the past few months with our community to get to where we are today, to present these recommendations. And so our proposed reductions for the upcoming year are essentially in three components. We have reduction change in district services of approximately 13 to 14 million. Of that 13 to 14, it's approximately 6 million in personnel, about another 7 million in non-personnel items. School closure and cost consolidations, approximately 2 to 3 million. And then changes to the elementary staffing plan. We talked about this at our last round of community meetings. And so with the anticipation of having the average class size increase by 1 at the elementary school level. And I think it's also important to note that the board will present specific personnel-related items at the board meetings in February. So as we went through this process, required very difficult choices and conversations. It seems like it was so long ago, but back in September we had our community meetings. We were at tables with charts, going through, having some contentious conversations and listening to folks, and then the eventual evolution of that with what Paula was talking about with the community groups, and really getting to the point that we all felt was the right thing to do was to propose reductions furthest away from the classroom. And so what this pie chart shows is that 75% of the recommended reductions are at the district service center, which includes some of the services, about 15.5% from the elementary staff, staffing plan, and then 9.5% from the school closures and consolidations. And I think it's also important to think about it from the perspective of the 75% that's we're proposing to reduce from district services and teams really does encompass an entire several groups of individuals and services. I mean, when we start thinking about our district team, We're talking about folks beyond this room, folks beyond just our senior leadership team. We're talking about custodians. We're talking about bus drivers. We're talking about payroll, IT. We're talking about paraprofessionals. We're talking about all the district services that are provided to our school sites to really create that solid support system. And at the end of the day, when we look at our overall budget, about 80% of our revenue, 80% of our expenditures from our general fund are in people. 80% of that 80% is at school sites. So when we start making reductions furthest away from the classroom, I think one way of thinking about it is we're making the largest cuts from the smallest bucket. And that was just, I think, the right thing to do, the information we had from the community, and then just not just the work from the past few months, but the ongoing work over the past few years, from the intentionality to using the fund balance, to continue to assess the work that needs to be done, seeing the evolution of some of the efficiencies, whether it's our bond dollars, seeing what are the bond dollars that are being left on the table to allow us to shift funding sources. So this was all of the work that's gone into presenting this proposal.
And Chief Delgadillo, I just want to interject there and say that I think that's a hugely important point. And what I want to make sure the board, and I'm confident the board knows this, but the public, is that we've never stopped the process of continuing to find efficiencies and continuing to figure out ways that we can do things, do more with less and do things differently. And that work has continued. It's an ongoing process, and we're not going to stop. It's our obligation to make sure that we're doing things as efficiently as possible. I also want to make sure and point out, though, the kinds of folks that you described as the district office, that it's really important to understand that in some of our recommendations, there are aspects of our recommendations that aren't going to, that will have no negative effect whatsoever. Those are the very best possible recommendations. Those are the ones we all want and we all celebrate, because it means that we've found an efficiency, we found a way to do something better or faster or differently, and we can distribute that money differently. Now, what we ought to be doing is being able to distribute that money into classrooms and not just finding ways to cut additional funding from the budget. But we're going to keep doing that no matter what happens next. That is our obligation, our responsibility, to be as lean and as efficient and effective as we possibly can be. I do want to say, though, that in the recommendations, and you can go ahead and go to that next slide, and then I'm going to turn it back to you, but that when we're looking at the district office reductions, there are aspects to these reductions that do mean a difference in service to our schools. And those recommendations we should not be making. So these are not painless recommendations. Some of them are, and we'll call them out when they are. And again, those are the ones we all want. But in other cases, it means services happening differently. And Joe, we appreciate the work that y'all did today, but our wireless was down a couple times today, and you guys were working real hard to get that back up again. But I'll tell you, when things like that happen, that's when people realize why we need teams like the team on our IT office, or when somebody's computer is not working and we have an 800-to-1 ratio of people who work on computers to the devices themselves. So those are the things that we have to pay attention to. And I say all that just to say, in summary, we will continue to find efficiencies, but also we do not have excess resources serving our schools from the district level. We actually ought to be doing more in a number of different services and responsibilities within the district office, but we don't have that opportunity right now, so instead we're just going to make some recommendations that we would be making anyway, and others that we're unfortunately having to make because of the circumstances and because of our commitment to making those changes as far away from children and teachers as possible.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to emphasize the continuous improvement aspect of it, and I think that is something that we need to continue to do and continue to identify efficiencies, and some of those efficiencies won't happen overnight. it'll be part of the process to continue to work to it and set up the plans in place that we can then go ahead and achieve over the next 6 months, over the next 2 years, and continue to work that. So it will work through that. And I think it's also important when we think about the components of the recommendation. We are making recommendations furthest away from the classroom, but there's still recommendations that will impact the classroom. And I think that is also important to note and acknowledge that those are also very difficult decisions. And when we start thinking about these decisions, right, they're all interrelated. It's part of the ecosystem of schools that we are, and how are we making changes and investments to produce strong, robust schools, robust feeder and strong feeder patterns that really are going to help our communities thrive. So this is all put together to help support that ecosystem that is Tulsa Public Schools. And when we think about the total district reductions, of that 13 to 14 million, about a little under half is in personnel, and about 54% is in non-personnel reductions. We mentioned earlier that come in February, we're going to be sharing more detail regarding the personnel reductions. But of the non-personnel reductions, these are essentially the broad categories that those savings are being identified in. When we talk about adjusting bell schedule, so we're looking at changes in services, increased efficiencies. We're looking at our ability to shift funds. We talked about being able to leverage our bond dollars more. Increase in revenue. We will be increasing the rent that we charge to our charter and partner. We'll be recommending that the rent be increased with our charter partners. And in addition to reducing other applications, so we talk about WebEx, Jabber, a variety of other sort of tools that as the teams have assessed, including Teacher Channel. There's one that came up. I'll look at Joe because he's heard it too. So just start thinking about those efficiencies. How is that non-personnel impact broken down? So these are the areas that we've identified over the course of not just the past few months, but assessing feedback over the past year to really come up with a robust plan to then be able to move away from certain functions and features, which includes also changing services at the warehouse levels. How are schools going to order supplies and a variety of different things. So it's like putting all those pieces in motion that allow us to provide this recommendation. And so another aspect of our recommendation is a staffing plan. So you've heard us talk about trying to keep reductions furthest away from the classroom. And this is one that directly impacts the classroom. When we had our initial engagements, we were having discussions around increasing class sizes of 3 to 6 across our school system. And as we work through with our respective stakeholders, our school leaders, our community workshops, our budget advisory group, I was really thinking about how can we go ahead and manage some of the structural challenges that we have and start looking at it more surgically to be able to make changes and propose recommendations. And so our current staffing plan is based on a school-wide enrollment. And as we've previously discussed, a proposal is to change it to change the staffing plan based on a school-wide enrollment versus grade level enrollment. And so when we look at the current statistics versus what the proposed statistics would look like, our current staffing plan has an average of about 23 students. Our proposed would increase that by 1. And then these are based on our general ed allocation. So these are based on the allocations that are provided to schools, to our school leaders. It does not reflect what they end up doing with those allocations, nor does it reflect additional teacher allocations that may be purchased or acquired through their Title I budgets. So as school leaders develop and build their budgets, they'll be able to then decide, create some flexibility around this. Yes, Dr. Hausman.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base a little bit on this as well. And so I think you just started answering my question, so that's great. just more clarification on the benefits to moving toward a school-wide enrollment and staffing plan versus a grade level plan. I mean, I think I'm grasping it, but I think a little bit more clarification might be
Yeah,
helpful.
absolutely. One of the challenges of having a staffing plan on a grade level basis is that it accounts for fluctuations at individual grade levels. So you can, what that means is that you could have a school that ends up with less students. They have a decline in enrollment, but they may not have any offsetting allocations. And when you move to a broader school enrollment ratio, you're now assessing the whole school based on the number of students and as opposed to individual grade levels. So you could have 3 students from 3rd grade that might have moved out, 2 students from kindergarten that might have shifted, and so that doesn't then create an appropriate adjustment based on the allocations versus looking at it as a whole, 2 plus 3 plus 5, and though you may have, once you take all the students who've adjusted at each from a school level versus a grade level, it gives you more economies of scale with how you manage that. And I'm assuming it's going to be online on our website, and we had, maybe about 2 months or so ago, we did a presentation, I did a presentation regarding some of the mechanics, and I'm trying to visualize and trying to explain the chart we use that showed what some of the aspects and fluctuations happen when you start looking at structural impact of looking at allocation changes at a grade level versus looking at it as a school level, which gives you more it's essentially like economies of scale, being able to manage it at that bigger scale.
If I could add as well, Dr. Hosmer, in working with our principals and the work they do with their school leadership teams, when we move out of a allocation system based on the grade levels and into one based upon the school enrollment, it gives our school leadership teams far more flexibility as well in how they're managing the allocations and working with their teams to make decisions based upon what their site needs.
So this is something that the principals, school leaders would prefer?
Most of them, yes. In shifting out of of our current system to a future system, there are always folks that have to experience the shift. So they might lose an allocation over what they have based upon what Chief Delgadillo is describing. But overwhelmingly, school leaders want more flexibility, particularly in how we're explaining that flexibility. Right now, just candidly, I think we put them in a situation in which we have a staffing plan that lists grade levels that then gives teachers a perception or an expectation of how many teachers per grade level. It makes it really difficult for them to make changes versus giving them allocations based upon total school enrollment so they can work with their teams to make informed decisions about where they want to deploy the resources.
It's
And it is how we do the staffing at the middle school and high schools as well.
Yeah, it's less prescriptive. I think one of the biggest benefits, it's less prescriptive, allows the school leaders just as a whole receive their allocations versus looking at it by grade level.
One of the things that we did do is we spent quite a bit of time working with small groups of school leaders who raised their hands to sit and look at stuff with us, as well as working with all of our principals across October, November, December, and really digging into what this would look like.
And some of the existing flexibilities will still remain in place. So as a school leader, they may opt to take a teacher allocation and convert it to 3 teaching assistants, or take 2 teacher allocations and opt for an assistant principal. So some of those flexibilities will still remain in place. And one of the critical aspects of this is that not only does it allow for, yes, better, more effective use of the way resources are distributed to schools, but it also does provide school leaders with essentially a cleaner slate to go ahead and manage those resources.
Norberto, are you going to say anything more about this chart? Because I know a lot of people have seen it, but I just think it's important. We didn't want to just stop at averages, because any teacher can tell you that, because an average is what we all know the definition of an average, right? So it doesn't, if I have a lot more than that or a lot less than that, then it's not consistent with my reality. So if I'm sitting in a classroom when I have 30 kids and you tell me that the average is 24, I'm not really feeling comfortable with that. And so we wanted to make sure that we were giving these bands and these ranges, both in terms of what the current reality is, as well as what the recommended change would be, because we wanted to be fully transparent about what that meant. And so if you came to community meetings, you've seen this. I do want to also point out that this whole presentation is on our website under staff reports. So it is available to everyone.
And I think it's important to notice the band across, right? Different bands that share what teachers may experience. And the last box here also, I think, is also another way of thinking about it, that currently, when we just look at 24, if we just look at the average, percent of classes with fewer than 24 students, that's 67% of classrooms out there. And that is, again, just general ed. That does not account for additional allocations that may be purchased with Title I.
And just, again, I'm sorry, Norberto, but that means it does not include special education classes that would be smaller, and it also, by the way, does not include pre-kindergarten, which has prescribed numbers. We could have included that, and it would have reduced these averages, but it would have done that in a way that we didn't feel like was accurately demonstrating the sort of average class size of the classes that are affected. So,
one thing that is important to note here as well is we've talked to the board a bit about how we've made pretty significant changes in our school planning process, and that's like twofold, like the work that we're doing with principals and their teams to think about the vision they have for their school, what that means for the strategy that they want to have to make continued improvements and support students, and then what that means for how they use their people, time, and money. We've pushed the timeline back significantly, so we start that process in January. The other thing that is tied to is the school budgeting process. So when we talk about best positioning our principals to work with their teams to make prudent decisions around how they take the school budgets they have and use those to drive strong plans forward. The sooner we're able to give them their staffing allocations based upon the enrollment that they have, so you can see how the enrollment process and the staffing process go hand in hand, the sooner they have that information, which we're on target to give them in March, the more that they can work to make informed decisions about how do they use their Title I budget to purchase additional teachers, where would they deploy their teachers based upon what's happening in their schools and the kinds of class sizes they want in different grade levels.
It also gives them a better opportunity to engage their teachers, their teacher leadership teams, as opposed to, in the past, sometimes this is happening even after school is out.
Yeah. And so, for the next portion of the presentation, there's some important context. One of the things I've mentioned is ecosystem, and really thinking about the decisions we're making is really about how are we building strong schools? How are we building the strong feeder patterns? How are we thinking about Tulsa Public Schools as a district for the foreseeable future within our fiscal context? And so with that being said, I want to turn it over to Danielle Neves, our Chief of Academics.
Good evening. As Dr. Gist spoke before about our vision and mission for our students and what we are seeking to have be true for every single student, this is really what drives our thinking, our reflection, even our engagement with our communities and our school leaders about the kinds of decisions that we'll make to continue to build stronger and stronger schools in every single neighborhood. And so The first principle that we consider, it's actually the central principle when we talk about all of the work in the area of shaping our future, as well as we think about decisions we want to make on behalf of supporting our schools and families, is we want to make sure that all of our students have access to exceptional learning experiences. This means rigorous, high-quality, grade-level content in the core content areas. This means fine arts, wellness, and athletics opportunities, and that those are robust and that students don't have to choose between art and music, right? We want to build a system where students are able to have access to all three of those areas in every single school. We want to make sure that our students have the opportunity to attend school in a high-quality facility. How do we make sure that not only that the buildings are safe and that they're secure and that they're well lit, but that we also have the furniture and the materials and the lab spaces and the different kinds of learning spaces that support the goals that we have for our students as they are learners, contributors, and designers. Finally, we know that currently our students are having all sorts of transitions across their pre-K-12 experience with us. We're up to 14 grade configurations, and our grade configurations sometimes even within a neighborhood, within a feeder pattern area, don't always speak directly to each other. This is hard for families to navigate. This is hard for students to navigate. It also means that we have a system right now where, as we look at some of our data about our middle grades, we know that there are families who make choices at the middle grades because the system is hard to navigate. We know that our students deserve to have fewer transitions, that research shows that fewer transitions leads to stronger experiences for students. And we want to support them in that because we want to do everything that we can do to utilize the information we have about what is most successful with students to really help them build a trajectory from pre-K to 12 that supports them in each year. We also want to make sure that in addition to those powerful learning experiences that all students would have in every single school, that we also have a variety of specialized programs that are offered in our neighborhood schools. So we want to make sure that our specialized programs are available to students in neighborhood schools as well as in some of our schools of choice. So how do we continue to build and support STEM programs, arts integration programs, Montessori programs, programs like Tulsa Beyond, dual language and immersion programs, where students in their neighborhood schools, in their feeder patterns, can not only engage in those learning experiences, but actually follow those learning experiences across the pre-K-12 space. And so the second consideration is how do we make sure that these types of experiences are available for our students in their neighborhood schools and across feeder patterns. Our third consideration is for the adults in the system, our teachers and school leaders, as they are building and supporting those programs, those high-quality programs in academics and arts and in wellness, as they're supporting those specialized programs. How do we ensure that they have the training, the support, the teams, and the development that they need and that they deserve to be able to execute all of those programs with high quality? And so we want to think about how we ensure that teachers have teams of multiple teachers at a grade level or a content area who can plan together, who can learn together, who can share ideas and best practices together. We want to ensure that our school leaders are supported by teacher leadership teams who can support their direct colleagues in the grade levels and the content areas that they teach, but who also can support the school leader in helping to design how the school will continue to innovate in the future to better and more specifically support the students in the school. And finally, as we know, we need to make sure that our decisions are fiscally sustainable and that they are responsible investments in both programs and our facilities in order to support those programs that we discussed in the first two principles. And so with those guiding principles, with the feedback from our community, all of those move into some core work that we're engaged in already and some work that's coming out in these recommendations that are before you tonight. So as we think about this strong future, our plan includes 4 components. 1, we want to create consistent grade configurations across the schools, across our district, in order to minimize transitions for students And then also to help our families, help our students, help our community understand where our natural transition points are and how they can move through a feeder pattern successfully and with clarity and with fewer transitions of starting in new places, starting with new people. When we think about, Dr. Gist spoke about our student mobility. We already know that we have students who are moving across town very often within a school year or across different school years. We want to make sure that we're minimizing additional transitions so that they are really able to be stable in a school community that can wrap around them and provide them those supports. We also know that as we start to think about those grade configurations, we want to make sure that we have all of that robust programming, right? What do those elementary programs look like, those middle grade programs, those high school programs? And so as we think about how we ensure that students have access to robust programs, we also want to make sure that we're reducing our small schools that are fiscally unsustainable in order to provide the learning experiences that we talked about in those first two principles. We want to make sure that we can have teacher teams where those teachers can work together. We want to make sure that we can provide the kinds of resources at every grade level that students want. We want to make sure that students have access to art, music, and wellness in multiple grade levels. And so we need to think about some of our smaller schools, not because we don't value small schools, we do, but because when we think about what we're able to offer in a small school in terms of those enrichment activities, in terms of the leadership teachers and the opportunity to collaborate. And we think about that fourth principle about what we're doing that is fiscally responsible. We have to consider how we ensure that is available to our students. We also want to grow our specialized programs. We already have a Montessori school in a Montessori program in a neighborhood school, and we want to grow programs like that. We have dual language programs that operate in several of our neighborhood schools in addition to our language immersion programs, and we want to grow that, looking at how students in those elementary programs begin to have access at secondary at some of our middle schools like Carver, Thoreau, and Edison to have access to continued language support in Spanish language arts and French language arts through those middle grades. We want to think about students in some of our other dual language programs as they move into the middle grades, how they can go to Rogers and take part in Spanish language arts at the middle grades, but also looking at opportunities for content classes in Spanish as well. And so these are exciting opportunities for us to think about how do we ensure that students get access to more and more specialized programs across our system in more and more of our schools. And related to all of these different things, we want to ensure, and this work is underway, that we are continuing to improve our enrollment system so that it's easy to access, it's fair, and it's really simple for our families, and everyone knows exactly what they can do so that they can make choices about the school that is the best fit for their family. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Robles, who's going to start to talk about the first recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Neves. Madam President, member of the board, Dr. Gist. What I'm going to share with you now are two sets of recommendations that are related to the work that Ms. Neves was referencing around shaping our future to build strong schools. One of them I'm going to start is with recommendations around our grade configurations for starting on the school year 2020-21. Although this work is not directly related to budget reductions, it does have an important implication on creating strong schools and minimizing transitions for our students that in turn allow us to sustain and grow enrollment. We know that a lot of families are challenged, as Ms. Neves was referencing, by the grade configurations that we currently have across the district, and we believe that this work is important to actually retain our families, grow our enrollment by building strong programming, particularly in the middle schools, as we're going to discuss. The grade configuration changes that we're recommending for the upcoming school year would be to create a new middle school, Central Middle School, so moving from the currently Central Junior High that serves 7th and 8th grade into a Central Middle School that would serve 6th through 8th grade. The currently Memorial Junior High School that serves 7th and 8th grade will begin serving 6th through 8th grade if board approves. And for Rogers Junior High School, currently serving 7th and 8th grade, to be a middle school that would serve 6th through 8th grade. There is work that is underway by school leaders to focus on strengthening the programming and the experiences that our students have in the 6th through 8 years. We believe that that's an important aspect. We know that families leave us at that point. So creating this alignment, I think, will further strengthen the opportunities that we have to better serve our families in this part of their journey. To go a little bit more into detail around the specific grade configurations recommendations, when we look at the proposed changes for the Central Junior High to become a middle school, here's the list of elementary schools currently in the Central feeder pattern, where they are currently serving from pre-K to 6th grade, and the proposed configuration would be that starting in 2020 to 2021, they would serve pre-K to 5th grade, and the current rising 6th graders would attend a new Central Middle School. When we talk about the Memorial feeder pattern, here's a list of elementary schools currently in the Memorial feeder pattern. You can see that for Carnegie, Grissom, Carnegie and Grissom, they are currently serving pre-K through 5th grade, so there are no recommended changes for those two elementary schools as we propose a new Memorial Middle School. In the case of Key Elementary, Marshall Elementary, and Salk, they're currently serving 6th graders, and the proposed change is that now, starting the next school year, they would serve a pre-kinder through 5th grade, and the rising 6th graders would attend the new Memorial Middle School. McClure Elementary, there is essentially, we're not proposing changes for this upcoming year. School leadership is evaluating the possibility of pursuing a pre-K-8 model, so in order to minimize disruption, we're holding on that recommendation until see if that comes to fruition. The last grade configuration recommendation that we have is to create a Rogers Middle School that would serve grades 6 through 8. Rogers doesn't have a feeder pattern, but there are two schools that historically have had a preference in attending Rogers, 7th and 8th grade, and those are Sequoia Elementary and Kendall Whittier Elementary. So the proposed change essentially would create a Rogers Middle School serving 6 through 8. It will continue to be a lottery school, and we would continue to provide the preferences that the schools Sequoia and Kendall Whittier currently have for 7th and 8th graders. In the case of Sequoia Elementary School, the rising 6th graders would either have the opportunity to apply for the newly created Rogers Middle School or attend their home school, which is Monroe Middle School. So next year, the proposed change is that Sequoia Elementary School, it is a pre-K-5 elementary school. In the case of Kendall Whittier, we're not proposing any changes, although historically we know that the large majority of students, the rising 7th graders, do attend Rogers, and we would expect a similar pattern, so we're going to evaluate at that time based on enrollment what is the course of action for the 6th graders next year.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Does the same apply, and I apologize to go back a slide, with McClure, because it also has no changes? Is that kind of a wait and see how that plays out?
Correct. So
Did you say that? Did I miss that? I apologize.
Yes, no, that's correct. So school leadership is interested in evaluating a pre-K-8 model. So in order to not disrupt or the students there, we are recommending not to make any changes for the rising sixth graders, so they would stay there next year. If that model comes to fruition and is something that school leadership and the community would like to pursue, then that way puts us in a path to actually continue to maintain the students grow into that new model. If not, then the transition then would begin. We would come to you for a proposed change to align it with the rest of the elementary schools in that feeder pattern.
Excellent, thank you. And one more question on Kendall Whittier. You said most of the kids opt to go to Rogers for sixth grade, correct?
That is correct.
Where do the rest of our Kendall Whittier students go for seventh grade? Is it Hale Junior?
It's Hale Junior, and also they go to Thoreau in some cases, and other, magnet schools.
But Hale is their feeder pattern?
That's their
Yeah,
feeder.
Hale is their neighborhood school, and just as a reminder, so after this, then the following year, we would have two remaining junior highs that then the recommendation would be to transition that year, so that we would, in over 2-year period, we would have all middle schools. And so the reason that there's no change recommended is that because they're in the other feeder pattern.
Correct. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions?
Yeah, just how many of the schools that are being proposed as either consolidating or closing would be affected by this sixth grade change? Like, how many have sixth graders now, and where would they go? Because that's not part of the chart, but it would obviously be a change that parents hadn't anticipated before.
Correct. Actually, I'm going to specifically name those in the next section, but if I don't address your question, remind me to make sure that I do that. And I can answer any questions after the fact. So now I'm going to move to the second set of recommendations, which are related to school closures and consolidations. We know these recommendations are extremely hard, and they have a meaningful impact on our communities, our families, our school teams. But we also know that these are necessary changes that we need to make to further our work to build strong schools, and are shaped by the guiding principles that Ms. Neves was describing to you earlier in the presentation. The set of recommendations, and this is information that we have also shared with each of the impacted communities over the last, or the 2 weeks prior to the holiday break. The recommended closures are Grimes Elementary, Jones Elementary, and Wright Elementary. And we're also recommending to consolidate Mark Twain Elementary School and the Women Tisdale Fine Arts Academy at the Tisdale building. In making these considerations, in addition to the guiding principles that Ms. Neves was describing, we took into account a lot of different factors that are listed here. But we looked at enrollment projections and their current enrollment. We looked at different aspects of the building, their design, their capacity, their condition, how are they conducive to support strong programming and the conditions that we know that our students and our teachers need. And also looking at what is the access to other schools that we have in the nearby area? What is the capacity of those schools? What is the condition of those buildings that could be receiving schools for this recommended consolidations and closures? So we took into account all these factors for every single recommendation that we made. The factors that drove the recommendation differ by the school, but everything in this list and was considered in making that recommendation. And as I mentioned before, it's also in alignment with the guiding principles that we're driving forward as a district to build strong schools. Going into more specific information around the recommendations, in the recommendation of the closure for Grimes, there would be essentially, Ms. Woolley, to your question, Grimes would be one of the schools that currently has a 6th grade. So part of the recommendation is that the rising 6th graders would attend the recommended Memorial Middle School if that recommendation is approved. And also, we are proposing a redrawing of the boundaries where the students who currently live in the Grimes boundary would attend either Carnegie or Key Elementary. So those would be all the students that are from pre-K all the way to 5th grade would be served at either Carnegie or Key. In the case of Jones, in Jones, we're making a recommendation. There is no impact of grade configuration alignment, as Dr. Gist mentioned. This is a feeder pattern that is not being aligned at this time. So Jones, we would recommend it to redraw the boundaries, and depending on where the students live, they would attend either MacArthur Elementary, Lindbergh Elementary, or Bell Elementary. So in all these considerations, we looked at the ease of students, moving from where they reside to the new schools, proximity, accessibility, as well as all the factors that I mentioned earlier around the condition of the building and what they can offer for strong programming as a receiving school. In the proposed recommendation for closing Wright Elementary School. In Wright Elementary School, the school serves pre-K through 5th grade, so there is no impact for rising 6th graders. And the recommendation is to redraw the boundaries, so where, depending on where the students live, they would attend either Elliott or Patrick Henry Elementary School. A key, very important part of this recommendation is to move the Deaf Ed program that is currently housed at Wright Elementary in its entirety to Patrick Henry Elementary School. That would include the students that are being served at the Deaf Ed program, their siblings, as well as all the teachers and the support staff that actually work in that program. So the recommendation is to move that program in its entirety to be housed at Patrick Henry, which essentially continues to support the students in a feeder pattern that then moves them into Edison High School, Middle School and High School, where they can continue the support for the Deaf Ed program as they currently are receiving.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when we look at Wright and we look at Grimes and we think about numbers, why did you not decide to move Grimes to Wright, which is a large building and underutilized in terms of space?
You can go ahead.
Well, there are a number of reasons. For one thing, one of the factors that we look at is proximity to a child's home, and in some of the recommendations that we have, families are actually closer to the recommended neighborhood school as opposed to, in the case of Wright and Grimes, it's just not as proximate as certainly as Carnegie, and Key is a little bit different, but that weighs into the other factor, which is feeder pattern consistency and needing to make sure that we are factoring in the impact on feeder patterns. And if we start to change students from one feeder pattern to another, and it is something that it's not out of the question, but it is even more disruptive to neighborhoods and families. But then you also have to think about then the implications of that additional group of students. So if you did something like that and you had several hundred students, or even 100 or 200 additional students that then matriculate up, then you have to weigh in the factor. And in this case, then we would be moving students from the Memorial feeder pattern, in which we are seeking and have actually been growing enrollment at Memorial junior versus Edison, which could not handle the number of students. We'd be taking them from a feeder pattern that needs them and is doing great work and growing the program. I believe Principal Bunnell is here, to a feeder pattern that would not be able to accommodate them. And so those are among the factors that we consider.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Giss. The last proposed recommendation is the consolidation of Mark Twain and Tisdale Fine Arts Academy into the Tisdale building. This is a school that would be impacted by the other recommendation of the grade configuration alignment. So rising sixth graders would be recommended, if approved, to attend the Central Middle School. And William Tisdale would serve students from both currently at the boundary in Tisdale, as well as the entire boundary that serves Mark Twain. Both will become one boundary that will be housed at Tisdale as a new school. One reminder or important point to make, and I know that board members understand this, but I think it's good to remind the public, is that as part of the recommendations for closures or consolidations, there are receiving schools that will see their enrollment grow because they will be receiving new students. When that happens, essentially part of the process, if board approves those recommendations, is to then recalculate the staffing plans to serve the new population of students in that school that has seen their enrollment increase. In other words, we've gotten questions and heard comments that we were going to move students into close the school, move students into another school, and then we're just going to have overcrowded classrooms because we keep the same amount of teachers. That's not true. So part of the process is essentially to as we make the recommendation, if it is approved, we then look at the new schools enrollment, and then the staffing plan is then reevaluated based on that new populations to make sure that then we are actually allocating the appropriate resources to serve the new population of students at that school. At this point, I'm going to transition to Dr. Ebony Johnson, who is going to speak.
Just want to make sure there aren't any additional questions.
We're going to be moving sixth graders to the Central Middle School. So what does that look like? Because we know that I had problems when we talked about putting younger children at McLean High School. So how are we going to ensure that the younger children are not going to be exposed to older children? They're not going to be in close proximity. They're not going to be exposed in any way, because I don't want to see a train wreck coming.
Sure, I can start, and then if you have anything else. I think the main thing I would say about this is we have even more experience now than we ever have with middle school, middle senior high schools and junior senior high schools. And it absolutely is important that we have consistent practices and space design that ensures that students are safe and have a school environment that is conducive to their age level. I do think, though, that it's less about isolating them or making sure that they're never in contact with older students, but rather making sure that any contact that happens is well supervised and carefully managed. There's actually, in fact, a benefit to having the multi-age schools, and we've seen this because we have multiple schools in the district that are both middle school high schools and junior high schools, in which students have access then to coursework and additional opportunities that aren't just isolated to the grade levels that they're in. And so we absolutely have looked at buildings, and specifically with Central, there is a wing of the building, as you know well, Board Member Marshall, that is specifically available there for the currently junior high that would be then for the middle school. But then there's also some additional space, and I'll have you talk about this, Chief Robles, that would be able to be used for cafeteria space for the older students, which would then make that designation happen for students during the lunch period.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Giss. So as Dr. mentioned, there's, the classrooms would be housed at the wing where currently the junior high is housed, so that would serve and enable the focus for the middle school to be in that side of the building. Part of the work that we would do on facilities actually is there's a space that was historically was the boiler room, that all that was cleared, and it's a very sizable space where we're actually going to look at creating a cafeteria space for the high school students. So then there's a space where they can actually interact during the lunch period, separate from the main cafeteria, and create some, enable the dynamics and the focus on both the middle school and the high school separately.
But we do understand that we need to be accountable, and when we start putting younger children where we have older children, we have to be accountable, because I've been in buildings when our accountability just wasn't at the level that we need to be. My next, it comes more as a statement. We're going to be putting the Deaf Ed program at Patrick Henry. I think that's what you said.
That's the recommendation.
I've had the opportunity to tour the current Wright building and to sit down with those, with teachers and as well as the principal, and just walk the facility. I do want to say that I would hope that we take an opportunity to ensure that we create an atmosphere like what they have, because it amazes me when we look at educators that have committed 30 and 35 years in one building to one program. That is something that is unbelievable in times like this, when you have individuals that they care so much for a program that they stay there, and you have to be able to replicate that to get people to buy in, because our children need that consistency. And unless we can replicate a program like that in the new atmosphere, unless we have a principal, a site leader that is committed enough that that site leader goes and takes a class in signing and knows how to communicate to the students and our parents, because they feel so committed to what they're doing. So I hope that we're taking those factors under consideration when we talk about relocating a program, because we do need commitment like that. It's just important.
Thank you, Board Member Marshall. I think you said it perfectly. And yes, to all of that. We absolutely have made sure that both the physical space and the human elements that have to be in place in order to ensure a successful transition pending board approval is there. And the folks at Patrick Henry, in fact, the president of the PTA was here earlier for that specific reason, because they are very enthusiastically, as is the school leader, very enthusiastically awaiting, not promoting, but definitely waiting with open arms pending board approval to support the transition. And it's also the reason that our recommendation is to move the program in its entirety with the students, along with all of the adults who serve them, and not just the educators in the deaf education program, but also some of the educators from the general education program, because of their experience, the experience that you described described, which is so hugely important to make sure that they go along with the students as well. And so, yes, we have to maintain that program and support it and support its transition. I would actually say, though, in addition to that, we have a huge opportunity to actually then do even more to support the program. And one of the opportunities we have, because of renovations that are set aside at Patrick Henry, and because of new construction that's happening because of the library that's being built, we've heard from deaf educators and want to work even more with them and benefit from their expertise around ways in which the building can be configured to take it to the next level, to take all the years of experience, all the hard work that has gone into the great work that the team is doing at Wright, back to its home, which it actually started at Patrick Henry, back to its home and lift it up in a way that takes the best of what the parents and teachers are doing at Wright, and then make sure that we're doing our job to give them even greater supports, because we believe that the work we're doing is not just a model for the state, which it is, but can also be a model for the country. And we need to do more to support the educators and what they're doing, and the parents, and obviously the students.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Giss. Yes, Ms. Fate.
Yes, could you give us an idea of timing? If this is chosen and began, when would the parents and students know where they're going to be going to school, time-wise, month-wise?
Yeah, so if, Dr. Johnson is going to speak to some more detail, but in essence, if board approves these recommendations on the board meeting on January 21st, we will start contacting every single family the next day to make sure that we actually communicate specifically to each family what is, their new homeschool in the case of a closure, as well as giving them the specifics of the support that they will have access to, and to make sure that they're making informed decisions and know exactly what their next steps are.
Thank you.
And will all of that fall inside our current enrollment window? Will we be extending the window specifically for those families as well?
Both. So we'll start in the work immediately, so the large majority of the outreach and the work will happen while the window's still open, but also we're going to extend it to make sure that we accommodate and ensure that we get to every single family and they have the opportunity to take advantage of that window open.
I have another question. So, in fact, it follows Board Member Fate. She's looking to the future, and I want to look back a little bit and kind of clarify, at least from my own sense of this. At what point were parents in affected schools engaged in this process specifically?
The parents specifically were engaged at meetings the 2 weeks prior to the holiday break.
But not prior to the announcement?
Not prior to the announcement of the recommendation, no.
I want to go back to the timing for just a moment, because I do think it's important to acknowledge that the date at which we're asking the board to consider these is a direct reflection of the feedback that we've gotten from teachers and school leaders who went through the process previously. And so that's important to say that what we heard from teachers is that they need time, their own time to work with their students and so forth. And then Dr. Hosmer, to your point, I would just say that one of the challenges is always that how to there's always a first time that you talk about something, and whenever you talk about it the first time, people want to know why they didn't know before they knew the first time, and it's an ongoing challenge for us. But I think that in this case, that it was important for us to talk generally about school closure as a possibility, get feedback about that, which we did, and then to use a very clear set of guidelines, which we did and have shared, about which schools, and then to share what the recommendation was so that we open up the conversation in a way that is transparent. So that was our thinking about it.
I think that's right. I mean, I totally understand that. There's really no great, perfect time. I have received a number of responses or observations that parents learned of this closure at Wright from television.
So I can tell you that we absolutely sent the letter home and were very intentional about ensuring that that did not happen. So and I'm not doubting that it might have happened for a family or that happened to whoever contacted you, but we were very, very intentional about making sure that the letter that we sent out was sent out, and in fact, withheld information and got a lot of criticism from some of the news agencies for not confirming. Now, I will tell you, there are folks who were going with rumors, and because they're not actual journalists and are just people who share rumors, that there was chatter that was out there, and there was a news agency who published it without verification, which is not a journalistically responsible thing to do, but it was every intention of ours for that to absolutely not happen.
Correct.
I wanted to just quickly go back to the notion of our middle school, high schools, and junior high schools. On one of our slides, we talk about our urban district and the unique opportunities that we have, and we say we have 10 neighborhood high school and junior high and middle schools, and 9 neighborhoods high schools. And in the conversation about, particularly around Central, we mentioned that we have those, but I think it's important for you to name what they are and what high schools include a middle school right now, which is Rogers, Webster, Edison, Central.
And, yeah, those are.
So those 4? Mm-hmm. So we're doing that now, and I think the important thing that I want to say is challenge the notion that our kids need to be protected from each other. I think by and large what happens is they're inspired, they take care of each other. Our kids are awesome, and I think it's important to know that there's issues at those 4 schools, but it's not about the age. It's an awesome way for kids to grow and learn and do things for one another, and there's a lot of clubs and different things that are centered around that. I think it's just important to acknowledge that our kids are not dangerous or unsafe for one another.
Okay, thank you for naming that.
Board Member Woolley.
Yeah, so one thing that I have a question about is just given the inherently higher adult-to-student ratio within a deaf ed program, are we certain that capacity is what it needs to be at Patrick Henry to get all of those adults in with those students and their siblings?
Yes, so we've engaged both school leaders, experts in the program. We've walked the facilities, and we've essentially ensured that we've thought about all the spaces that would be needed, and so that we can actually make a successful transition to support the needs of the program from a staff to student ratio, as well as the inclusive practices for students participating into the mainstream classes, which is another exciting opportunity for the right students to have at Patrick Henry.
Okay. And one other question, I'm not sure if you're the guy for this, but just how quickly after this vote would TPS be able to reassign teachers and staff, et cetera, just to make sure we're not losing any of the amazing talent that we have at these schools?
Yeah, so, and I know Deputy Shannon can speak into more detail, but there is a pretty comprehensive and robust program that we would put in place if this were to be approved, which would allow us to actually give give priority to the impacted teachers and staff at the recommended schools, so that we can work with them, help retain them. We have amazing teachers, amazing school leaders. We want to keep them with us. We know that in the past we've had success at retaining the students, the teachers and the staff. So we are going to put a plan forward that leverages what we've learned in the past, but also try to improve, and I know Deputy Shannon wants to give more detail on that.
Yeah, Board Member Woolley, we let me back up. When we went out and had initial conversations with the staff, we had members of our talent management team there. They were introduced to both our teachers and our support staff, and we began the process then in preparation for the potential change. The week preceding the holiday break, an email with extensive information went out to each and every potentially impacted teacher and support staff member, detailing the process, and what we are poised to do is to make sure that teachers that are impacted have a kind of condensed application they would fill out to help us understand their interests, where they would like to be, what they want to do, what their certifications are, and there's a lot of one-on-one support planned between our talent management team and the teachers to make sure that we are able to understand where they want to be, work to match them, to give them lots of opportunities to visit the schools that they're interested in teaching at, to meet those principals, and to give them prioritization, if you will, so that we're placing all teachers impacted through these potential changes prior to hiring of or transfer of anybody else or hiring of any new teachers. And then additionally, we're on target, should the board approve these recommendations, to have those teachers placed in April. And there will be kind of extensive engagement along the way. We've already had our instructional leadership directors out in the schools, meeting with staff, listening to them, and again, open lines of communication between our talent management partners and the teachers at the impacted schools.
I have another question. And this follows on the questions about the Deaf Ed program. And I had the opportunity to attend the meeting at Wright just before the break. And one of the things that became clear is that the deaf education program at Wright exists in a larger context, in a context of students who are not in that program understanding how to interact with the deaf ed kids in such a way that everybody feels comfortable. And I know a number of parents at that meeting expressed considerable concern about about only partly moving the program, but also how those kids are going to be received at Patrick Henry in an environment that is not accustomed to those considerations. And a number of parents were, I think it's safe to say, deeply concerned about what amounts to a substantial cultural change on both ends. And I will say I'm concerned about that as well, because I think this is not simply a matter of moving kids. It's a matter of moving vulnerable kids from one place to another, and the receiving school not having the culture in place and the expectations in place to be warm and welcoming and understanding partners. So I think when we think about Wright, we're not simply thinking about the Deaf Ed program. That is only one part of it. In fact, that's a minority, a smaller segment of students compared to the overall students. But there is an overall culture that has developed, and this speaks to what Mrs. Marshall was saying, that I've observed is powerful in affirming not simply because it's deaf ed kids, but it's the overall environment. So my concern is that moving vulnerable children from one place where they are understood and welcome to a place that can learn, right? I'm not saying that people can't learn things, but is not in that place right now, is potentially problematic, at least for some students.
Go ahead.
encourage you to weigh in as well, Chief Robles. We share that concern, as you know, Dr. Hosmer, and have worked and will continue to work with our deaf educators and with the school leaders at both schools and teachers at both schools to make the transition. What you also heard at that meeting, as you and I were there together, is a real commitment on the part of educators and a recognition that a school is not a building, and it's not just the people who are there, but it's everyone who's around them. So as you're saying, it's everyone who's around them. We know that at Patrick Henry, there's actually, this is not a new concept for Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry is the original home of the deaf education program. There are also siblings, and because of its proximity to Edison and the deaf education program there, this isn't this is not new for them entirely. It's not the same, and I'm not suggesting that it's the same, and that's why we're totally committed to making sure the transition happens really smoothly. But it is not the first time for parents, students, or teachers at the school to have experience with students or adults who are deaf or hard of hearing. It's not their first experience with that. It still means we still have to do the transition work that we're committed to doing and working with the educators, and it's one of the many reasons why this timing is so important for us to be able to have the time this school year to do that shared collaboration and work.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
No, I think that's well said, and I think Dr. Hosmer, an important part, and Dr. Jones is going to speak a little bit more about it, is that culture work that needs to happen to support adults and students as we bring them together. I think the conditions are there to make it successful, but the work still needs to happen, and we'll make sure that we actually put emphasis and a lot of energy behind that.
I do want to give one example, again, something that we talked about at that meeting, and I had very positive conversations with teachers and parents afterward, and one parent who's very enthusiastic and came into the meeting a grandparent actually, feeling very concerned and left feeling very supportive of the recommendation. It was because of this reason, because of the age of her grandchild, very specifically related to this example, and that is that the team at Wright, as I said earlier, has done a remarkable job, and on their own, working together as a team, have created a model program, and we do great work at Edison as well. We have work to do to support them, but there are also conditions that put barriers in their place and make it challenging for them and for the students. And I'll just give one example. And that example and others have to do with the size of the school. And so if I'm not getting these grade levels exactly right, somebody can correct me, but I believe how I remember this right is if we use the rising fifth graders as an example, I believe there are 10 rising fifth graders in the deaf education program. I'm getting an affirmative over there, so I'm going to keep going. And there's one fifth grade at Wright Elementary School. So you can imagine our goal, these students, depending on their IEP, they have different amounts of time in which they're integrated into a general education classroom. But our goal, our commitment, the law also, all of these reasons, we want to engage them in general education classrooms as much as is appropriate for them, given their needs and the resources necessary to support them and so forth. And so you can imagine if you have one class and 10 students, the impact, the ability for those students to be integrated and the impact on the classroom is significantly different when you have 10 additional students that you want to have integrated versus at Patrick Henry where there would be 3 fifth grades. Then you think it's 3, maybe 4 students a class. And what we've talked about is the opportunity then to have them assigned, they have their specialized deaf education teacher, but they also have sort of a homeroom, for lack of a better description, in which their name is on a locker and a desk. They are there meeting kids. They are integrated into that class. They're still spending their quality time with their specialized expert in the deaf education program, but they're not someone who occasionally comes to show up at this class and we're like, oh, what's that kid's name, they're back or whatever. I know that's not what happened, but, it's more of like an integration that we, and I know that's not the right way to think about it, but I didn't create this opportunity. These are the educators, but the idea is that they are then integrated from the beginning into the class. I hope I'm not butchering that description of like how the benefit, but again, so the idea is that a larger school then, when we do the work that we need to do to make sure that the culture work happens, then actually expands opportunity for students to be able to still benefit from the experts in their deaf education program, but also to have a richness of integration that the right teachers do, but they do it in spite of the size challenges that make it more difficult for them.
Yes, go ahead.
Two questions. First, regarding the grade configuration, whenever you discuss that, do the junior high schools have the necessary space to add sixth grade with minimal to no disruption to the opportunities that are already being offered in those schools? I'll let you answer that first, and then I'll ask another question.
Yes. In every situation, they do have the space, and it would not disrupt the other.
Any of the extra offerings that those particular schools may have.
What it does is actually creates more opportunities to actually leverage, the existing support and resources that we have, across the 3 grade levels. So I think, in fact, it will likely enrich the situation at those schools, because you're suddenly bringing in additional allocations that can be leveraged across 3 grade levels that currently do not exist there.
And I would just add, we're working very closely hand in hand with principals as we analyze and draft up plans. So I'm very confident between the work that Chief Robles and his team are doing and the involvement and voice that school leaders have in the process, that there will not be disruption and will actually enhance what's happening in schools.
Perfect. And then the last question I have from your presentation, whenever you talked about the considerations related to school closures and consolidations, there's a mention of 3-year demographic trend. Does that mean increase or decrease in student subgroup populations? Like, did you guys look at the trends on the increase or decrease on exceptional student body, or increase or decrease in English language learners? Is that what that means?
In each school, demographics of growth in different areas, and so what do we expect? What has happened in the past, what would we expect to see in the future, as well as with the breakout in those areas, as you mentioned, so that we can understand the specific needs that might be expected with the changes.
So it's primarily, if I understand it, then primarily the subgroups, not race and ethnicity. Correct. Okay.
As it relates to services, yeah.
Thank you.
If there are no additional questions, I'm going to...
Ms. Marshall, did you have another question or comment?
You don't have to. It was simply a point of clarification. My statement was not that there was violence in the school, but however, we do know that young children put together with older boys or girls, they get involved in sexual activity. It has happened before, and it will continue to happen since the beginning of time. So I wasn't necessarily saying that there was going to be violence, but sexual activity happens, and I don't want to open the door to that.
Well, I can tell you that there's no evidence of that, and I think it's the reason that we have to pay attention to the practices and the structure and the space and so forth. I can also tell you that the conversation I had with some of the high school students about this, high school boys, the idea that they would be interested in young middle schoolers like completely grossed them out, and it's quite the opposite. They have plenty of high school girls that are interested in being their girlfriend, and so I think that
That's what they think.
Your point is well taken in the sense that safety is the priority. There have to be practices, and again, the good news is we have multiple schools that are both middle school, high schools, and junior high schools in which we have the experience of how to do this well, how to make sure that we have all the benefits of the combination, but not any unintended consequences that we wouldn't want to see. And so safety is hugely important.
We'll respectfully agree to disagree on that. I've worked with too many young girls and boys in high school that have become pregnant at McLean High School, Central High School, and other schools within the community, but it happens.
So what didn't come up, but I just think before we leave this part, I think it's important, is that I know there have been concerns and questions that I've gotten at community meetings and elsewhere about the buildings themselves. And so I just want to say again something I've said at the community meetings, which is our decisions were in no way driven by the needs or interests around charter schools or what they're looking for or what they need. And I've given the example, and I won't do it now because of how much we have to still do, but I can give you examples of why, if I were being driven by the needs or interests of charter schools, how these recommendations would have actually been different from the ones that came about. But with that said, we've also been very transparent that we have public charter schools that are part of the Tulsa Public Schools family that are right now in an urgent need of larger buildings, and we've been discussing their future with them and looking at possible co-locations of being split into multiple buildings, and some of them are out on the private market looking for extra the old grocery stores or building businesses and buildings like that. And so what we've been real clear about is that the recommendations were not driven by the needs of our public charter schools. At the same time, we know that community folks want school buildings to be used. We also know that we have public charter schools that are authorized by the Board of Education that are Tulsa families, Tulsa public school students, and while they're in public charter schools instead of district schools, we want them to be in safe buildings. And so there would be a process pending board approval of all of this, of course, in which we would consider what would happen with buildings, but there was not a driver for the recommendations. And in fact, as I said, if it had been the thing that was being considered, the recommendations would have actually been different from the ones you see before you.
Thank you, Dr. Giss. Yes, I've received the same questions, and there are no plans for the buildings that will be vacated, and any recommendation will be brought forward to the board and would require board approval. I'll transition now to Dr. Johnson, who is going to speak in more detail around the supports that we're going to put together for families and our teams if these recommendations were to approve. Dr. Johnson?
Yes. Thank you, Chief Robles. I'll go as fast as I can through my 30 slides. They only gave me 30, so just kidding, there's only 4. All right. So thank you for articulating the proposed potential closures and potential consolidations. I do just want to start off by just explaining a little bit more about who I am in this work and this particular topic. So for those of you who I've not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Ebony Johnson. I currently serve as the Executive Director of Student and Family Support Services, but I'm also a proud McLean graduate. I was actually a McLean Scot, and my basketball nickname was Bam Bam. So you can ask me questions later about that. But I'm also a former school educator. I taught middle school at Monroe Middle School, was my first teaching assignment, and I'm a former school administrator at several of our schools in Tulsa Public Schools, and administrator for over 10 years in our district, have been in our district for over 20. I have past experience with the closing of my own personal middle school school, when I was attending Tulsa Public Schools. I have experience with grade reconfigurations, and as a school leader, I've worked alongside many others through their processes as they have also experienced such a change. And I also had the experience of working with the Monroe team, Monroe Demonstration School, as they experienced their recent reconfiguration. So what I learned through all of that change is that the most important thing is to cultivate a positive, healthy, loving educational environment for our students while supporting the needs of our adults who have left and are leaving a lasting imprint and impression on our schools. Those things are critical. And when we foster those things for both our young people and our adults involved, then we can then transition and move into a positive space where all of our young people can flourish and thrive. Now, those were difficult transitions, so I want to be very candid in that we know that these are very difficult times. Yet, we're committed to ensuring that we meet the needs of our students, our teachers, our staff and our families. So having said that, I do want to move into this information regarding the supports for our families during the closures and consolidations if approved. So our students, based on their addresses, they will automatically be enrolled in their new school of right. Families have the option to select another neighborhood school for their child. As far as our teachers, we have every reason to believe, and we will work diligently to ensure that they will have other opportunities in the district. Now, when possible, our goal is that based on teacher preference and the availability of positions, we will make every effort to place teachers with their students. And our school leaders, we do all that we can to retain exceptional talent in our schools, so we will work to help affected school leaders find other positions. So for example, the school leaders from Gilcrease, ECDC, Bunch, and Penn, they're all still administrators in schools in our district. I also just want to give a personal testament that I too have received in my past information that the current position or the position I was in at the time would then expire, and at that time the talent team as well as many others surrounded me and ensured that I knew that there will be other opportunities for me and that my gifts and talents were valued in Tulsa Public Schools. I just believe that those type of supports will continue as we move into the proposed change. Enrollment supports available for families and students at every impacted school. Our goal is that our neighborhood students will be assigned to a new neighborhood school. Students on a transfer will be provided a priority to transfer to any neighborhood, other neighborhood school, provided that there are seats available. All students and families will have an extended enrollment period. That was one of our questions. And will have the option to submit an application for up to 6 schools. The enrollment window, it will remain open 7 additional days, including weekend day support. So on the weekend, we'll be able to provide additional supports for our families based on their scheduling needs. Families will use the existing enrollment system at enroll.tulsaschools.org. And enrollment teams will do outreach to all families to ensure that they are supported. Our enrollment team will be available for up to 2 days of on-site enrollment support for those affected schools for students and families, and on-site meaning at those particular school sites. Please know, in summary of this particular information, we are committed to providing personal, direct outreach in a variety of ways, and if approved, as was stated, the outreach will start immediately. So how will we provide additional supports for families and students? The transitional support, families can contact their new neighborhood school directly to schedule a visit to learn more about the school. Students and families will be invited to attend open house events at their new neighborhood schools in the early spring of 2020. Students and families can attend our Enrollment Expo on Saturday, January the 11th. All are welcome. So if you have a student in Tulsa Public Schools and you want to learn more about what we offer to our students and families, please come out. If you do not have a student in Tulsa Public Schools, we encourage you to come out and learn more about all of the awesome and amazing things that happens in our schools on a daily basis. This will happen again Saturday, January the 11th at 10 a.m. at the Cox Business Center. Supports, training, and events will occur to support students in the transition and to ensure a welcoming culture at the receiving schools, which is exactly what was brought up regarding one of our schools, and ensuring that we provide a space and an avenue for students to, one, appreciate the students that are coming in, and then be very welcoming and supportive of the change that will be proposed to take place. Student transportation. So students who live more than 1.5 miles away from their new neighborhood school or who attend a magnet or charter school can use bus transportation. Supports available for teachers, staff, and school leaders. Here's our proposed timeline. There will be ongoing opportunities for staff to receive one-on-one support from talent management. Opportunities for support staff to apply for open positions in the district will be available. Between February and March, principal meet and greets for affected teachers to learn about more opportunities. School visits at sites in which affected teachers might be interested. That will happen between February and March. In April, teachers will have the opportunity then to participate in interviews and receive placements at new sites. And then in May, district office staff will provide support for the packing and moving of classrooms and common areas. I'll pause there before I turn it over to Dr. Gist.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I think you left one of your credentials out. You're also a TPS parent.
I am.
2 kids. Thank you for bringing all your experience to the district. I really appreciate your perspective. And I just had a question of clarification. So if your home, I'll give a practical example in my district. So if your home school is Grimes, and then you'll either be reassigned to Key or Carnegie. And if, for example, you would like to apply for a transfer, you can still do that, correct? You just won't have the priority that another person who is already on a transfer.
Chief Robles, if you could
Yes,
answer that question.
I can answer that. That is correct. So, and that's part of the engagement that we would do when we outreach to families, is that we will let them know what their new home school is. However, they also have the option, if they want to actually apply to transfer to a different school than their newly assigned home school, they can do that as well and leverage the process to do that.
Thank you.
Quick question. When you mentioned our enrollment team will be available to provide and all that, Jess, are we talking about, is the enrollment team just folks from the enrollment center, or are we including folks from the schools? And in other words, are we putting more work on the schools to do that and solely on them, or are we actually providing extra bodies from outside of the schools to take care of that?
I can answer that, Dr. Johnson. So, Ms. Wester, it would be folks from the enrollment team that are essentially have the expertise to support the families on the system and answer any questions around what is it that they want to do. They would go and be on site up to a couple of times, in addition to being available, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, throughout the window of time. So we were not going to ask the school teams to actually do that work. We would have folks that are experts to go and connect with families.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, and I really appreciated all of what you were sharing and the supports, and I want to just acknowledge that we are where we are with our readiness to implement successfully if the board approves these recommendations because of the feedback that we've gotten from members of Team Tulsa, and so that's just hugely important to know that we have heard and listened and learned. I would also say just how remarkable the educators have been during this process at all of the potentially affected schools. And I'm going to call out the right folks since they're right at the front right here, to say that I was asking about the students, and we have parent leaders and teacher leaders and here with us tonight, and I was asking about how the students were doing, and I don't remember who it was who responded, but the response was essentially, and I'll paraphrase this, something along the lines of, our students are doing great through this because we're going to make sure that they do, or something along those lines. The idea was that basically, like, it's our job as adults to support our students and acknowledge as professionals that they're going to take their cues from us. I heard the same thing at Grimes and Jones and Mark Twain, and I will tell you, it takes a really big human being and a very high caliber professional to acknowledge their own pain and fear and make sure we're hearing concerns and not holding back from that, but also to make sure that that does not interfere with their responsibility to children. And I just admire that, I appreciate that, and I just wanted to acknowledge that we can talk about the supports we're going to provide and that we will to the teams of all the affected schools. And but it's the school leaders, and we have school leaders here, and the teacher leaders and teachers and other team members who are going to make sure that our students are doing well, regardless of whatever decision ends up being made by our board members. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and just say how much I appreciate that. So you've seen this slide. I went over it at the beginning, and you also heard Danielle Neves talk about different components of this, but we wanted to come back to it. And before we wrap up and move into the items themselves, wanted to come back to it and just touch on this again, because this Shaping Our Future was not just a cutting exercise. It was truly a way for us to make sure that we're being clear about how we're going to manage the structural deficit, because we cannot, that is something that is confronting us and we have that responsibility. But also, what does it mean for us as a district? Who are we? Who are we now? Who are we going to be? And how do we make sure that this is what folks see when they see and experience Tulsa Public Schools, and be super clear about that when we're out there and implementing both any changes that happen from these recommendations, but also new initiatives and continuing initiatives that are taking place in the district. We're looking forward to our school expo this weekend. It's a great example of putting our best foot forward and helping our neighborhood schools put their best foot forward in terms of being folks knowing what they have to offer, and they have much to offer. So there we are. And if we'd like to have additional discussion, I believe we have a slide for that. But it's our favorite slide, but I do believe that we've had a lot of discussion. So if there aren't any other questions, Madam President and board members, that concludes our staff report for tonight.
I do love that slide, and we could discuss that slide for hours. But yes, unless there is anything else that we feel the urgent need to say, let's get back to our page. Okay, that brings us, yes, we're good. That brings us to the much anticipated information agenda. Before I turn this portion of the meeting over to Superintendent Gist to present the information agenda, I would like to address the speakers who have signed up to speak this evening. If you have signed up to speak on one agenda item, we will call you up prior to introducing that item. If you are a speaker and you've signed up to speak to multiple agenda items, I will call you up now and ask that you address all of the items at once. And if it's okay with you guys, before the item, there are 3 items that you all have signed up to speak to this evening. If it's all right, I will just call you all up. And there are some chairs sitting underneath the screen over there, if you wouldn't mind sitting there. That way we can cut down the commute time. How many multiple? Sound good? There are 3 sets of speakers, 5 being the largest number. So there are 5 chairs, we should be good. Sorry, math. Okay, yes, so Mr. Huffines, you, sir, are up first.
Thank you. Peace. Yes, peace. Greetings to our Honorable Superintendent, Dr. Gist, our Madam President, Shauna Keller, and each of our Honorable Tulsa Public School Board members and honorable staff and team. We are grateful for all the teachers and citizens of this great city, Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's a joy to be with you on this 6th day of January in the year of our loving Lord, Jesus Christ, 2020. Yes. G20, recommendation. In order to provide students and staff with access to exceptional learning conditions, capture financial savings, and establish a more sustainably sized elementary school for the students living in the enrollment area of Wright Elementary School, the district will, upon board approval, close Wright Elementary at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. Require the modification of enrollment boundaries such that students who would have attended pre-K through 5 grade at Wright Elementary in the 2020-2021 school year will, beginning the 2020-2021 school year, attend Elliott Elementary or Patrick Henry, depending on the residence. Rationale, in part, to ensure sound decision-making, our portfolio guiding principles articulate specific criteria to be considered when deliberating the closure or consolidation of our schools. We will provide support for families who wish to consider other school options in the district. These transitions can be challenging, so when feasible, we work with families to help make sure the students are able to attend the same school with their close friends or relatives. Now, I appreciate the interest here in sound decision-making and for their strong desire to help the students and families make this potential transition. G21, recommendation. In order to provide students and staff with access to exceptional learning conditions, right there. I would like to express gratefulness for Dr. Gist, Madam President, Shauna Keller, school board, staff, and team for desiring, to the best of their ability, to provide students and staff with access to exceptional learning conditions. Thanks to each of you. G23, recommendation to capture financial savings and to ensure that students learn in a high quality and appropriately sized facility. Rationale. The basis for this decision aligns with our portfolio guiding principles. I love the way you all are interested in our decisions aligning with guiding principles. May we continue to bring attention to God's Word, the Holy Bible, as being our premier guidebook of principle. Rationale continued. We also provide support for families who wish to consider other school options in the district. These transitions can be challenging, so when feasible, we work with families to help make sure that students are able to attend the same school with their close friends or relatives. I love the way TPS appears to be doing all they can for as far as it lies within their ability to help these possible transitions flow smoothly. And Holy Spirit, we welcome you to lead and guide us through all this. G24, recommendation, discuss and adopt the 2020-2021 2021 staffing plan that provides for the distribution of staff to each of the district schools. The staffing plan allocates instructional, administrative, and support personnel to provide a quality learning experience for each and every student. I'll say, may we provide or encourage the Gideons to put a Bible into the hands of each student and teacher. And speaking of a quality learning experience, may we allow our awesome teachers space to pray over students during class and to read scriptures as he or she chooses in order to help students have a quality learning experience. So thank you for your excellent leadership. God bless you all, and we might remember that the preamble of the Oklahoma Constitution states and refers to invoking the guidance of Almighty God. So, Lord, we do this in the name of Jesus. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Huffines. Dr. Gist, back to you for the rest of the information agenda.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a few items that are not related to the staff report, and then the ones that are those information items. And so I would just encourage our team members to move quickly through those. At this point, I usually describe the information items, but I think you guys know that they will not be acted upon tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Shannon for items G1 through G3.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. President Keller, members of the board. Item G1 is recommendation to approve a memorandum of understanding between Phoenix Rising Alternative School and the Arts and Humanities Council of Tulsa to have a collaborative exhibition for the art students in the art photography classes taught by the TPS art teacher and the photography instructor provided by Artists in Schools. The Arts and Humanities Council of Tulsa will host the exhibition of student work beginning May 1st, 2020, culminating with additional work added thereafter. There's no cost to the district, great opportunity. Item G2 is a recommendation that's routine, enter into an agreement so Booker T can have pictures at their senior prom. Item G3, interesting and cool opportunity that the Hale High School team is putting forth for your approval. They are recommending entering into a contract with Stress-Free Schools out of Fairfield, Iowa. That's the headquarters, to provide instruction and follow-up in the Transcendental Meditation Program as part of a Quiet Time program for 240 Hale High School students and 20 Hale High School faculty and staff. From February 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2020, they're using Edge Oklahoma grant funding to do this. Program is evidence-based, has a track record of success in urban schools across the country. They've looked at what's happened in some of the schools in Washington, D.C., Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and are seeing that it's a evidence-based approach to addressing stress and trauma that students face, tends to, in the other communities, lead to reductions in behavioral challenges that students experience, reduction in suspensions, helps kids feel happier and more satisfied, and also supports staff members in feeling less stress. Happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Marshall, if you don't mind, we have two speakers who would like to speak to this item first, if that's okay, and then we'll take board questions. Thank you. All right, Mr. Scott Pendleton and Dr. Julianne Romanello. Mr. Pendleton, if you would.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Scott Pendleton. I'm a candidate for Brian Hosmer's seat, District 5. And first of all, Dr. Gist, my best wishes. So we have before us this proposal to spend $140,000 to provide transcendental meditation to 240 students and 20 staff. Wait till the legislature hears about this. You complain that they've cut your funding. I think they're going to conclude that they didn't cut it enough. There's a taxpayer. I mean, could the timing be worse for this? I mean, tonight we've been through this whole traumatic discussion of the realignment and the need to save $20 million, yet we want to spend $140,000 on transcendental meditation. This is grant money, right? This is grant, yeah. You tell me you would not have proposed this if it was our money. Am I right? I mean, well, but whether or not, even if it's free money, that's no excuse for wasting it. The benefits supposedly are relieving stress and enhancing cognitive function. You know, you really don't need transcendental meditation for that. If the kids need to chill, you can just dim the lights and let them take a nap. In any case, it says right here the kids don't have to participate. And you know that many won't, and then you are really wasting your money. Besides that, you're overpaying. The Atlantic magazine had an article about transcendental meditation in schools, and it says the cost per student is $150. You're proposing to spend 3.5 times that. Why? Did you not get enough bids? So I would suggest that we have a real show of enhanced cognitive function and just let this thing die. Thank you.
Dr. Romanello.
Good evening. I also would like to speak about the Stress-Free Schools and Quiet Time initiative that TPS is proposing to implement in the schools with, is it OSDE EDGE grant money. To me, I think I agree with all of these previous comments except for one, which is that the timing is bad. I actually think the timing is perfect if you're going to do an impact study. We've all sat here for a long time in a hot room. We're talking about children who will be removed from their schools that they've been at, teachers who will be moved from their schools. We're talking about students who we already know that our district has a large population of traumatized students. Kaiser Permanente has done, it's issued white papers about whole communities being traumatized, which of course it opens the way for doing trauma studies and collecting data on social emotional learning. Complex trauma. So right now we're going through a period of trauma and we're proposing to do this Quiet Time program to calm the behavior of, let's face it, you know, students who are in probably adverse circumstances anyway. I wrote a controversial article for the New Tulsa Star about George Kaiser's social impact philanthropy. I will not go into the details of that, but I will tell you that West Ed, which is funded by George Kaiser Family Foundation, supports this kind of study. It supports further research in looking at how quiet time programs can make our school environments safer, to make the kids behave better and be more manageable. I don't think that that's the business of a school district. I think we should be concentrating on teaching them subjects, making sure they know how to read, do math, not in strange ways on ed tech that mines the data. And I think we, instead of talking about lower anxiety, resilience, and happiness and joy, we should be treating our students with the respect appropriate to a free and rational human being. We need to talk about their learning outcomes, and we need to talk about teaching practices. And I think that it's a terrible thing to mine kids, poor kids, kids of color, poor white kids, rich white kids, middle class, anyone. I think we need to pay attention to what's going on our school board agendas and look at who's funding these grants and what they're getting out of it. We can look at Oakland Public Schools. Oakland is going through the exact same thing that we're going through. Austin, Texas, Houston, Dallas, all over. We need to wake up. He is not a benevolent overlord. Thank you.
Dr. Gist. I'm very sorry, Ms. Marshall.
I was going to ask for an outline of the program and a copy of the research study that I could review that prior to a vote on it.
Absolutely, Ms. Marshall. I will work with Dr. Riley and get a copy of the information that they're reviewing and get that to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Schreiber.
G3 doesn't involve any kind of evaluation recommendation at this point, does it?
No, it's the cost of the training to implement the program, the ongoing resources. I can get more information on that, but it's the recommendation that the school is bringing forward to implement the program for the remainder of the year with grant money from the State Department of Education.
Can you talk a little bit about what an EDGE grant is and the source of those dollars?
So there are a lot of grants that we receive from the Oklahoma State Department of Education. The EDGE grant, Danielle, do you have more information on that one? I'm gonna have to get back to the board on that. There are a number of state grants we receive, and I don't have the details on that one off the top of my head.
Great. I look forward to the details on the purposes of an ED grant. I'm assuming it's probably federal dollars funneled to the state of Oklahoma.
I believe so, but I want to double check because we also have the comprehensive support grant, and the state's doing things differently than they have in the past, and I want to make sure that I speak to each accurately.
And to your knowledge, does George Kaiser have anything to do with G3?
No. The foundations, both the George Kaiser Family Foundation, the Charles and Lynn Schusterman Family Foundation, the Zero Family Foundation, none of the foundations have anything to do with any of the grant funding that comes from the Oklahoma State Department of Education. The bulk of the OSDE funding that's provided to districts is passed through the state. The federal dollars pass through the state, and the state administers how those are allocated to districts.
Same with the Tulsa Foundation for Schools.
That's correct.
And other private philanthropic grants that we receive.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Shannon. Dr. Gist, 4 through 7?
Yes, and I'm actually going to ask you, Deputy Superintendent, to do G through 7.
Yes.
G4 through G7.
So G4 enters into a parking lot lease agreement with the Bama companies. As you know, the Bama companies are across the street from Wilson Teaching and Learning Center. Beginning in January through December of 2020, that would be the duration of the contract. The cost will not exceed $10. This cost is per calendar year. This is the first year of the agreement, and it will create a much improved experience for teachers and other staff during events taking place at Wilson Teaching and Learning. So headline, limited parking space at Wilson, particularly on PD days. We have a lot of teachers and staff who come there for training. There's there's not enough room, people get frustrated, so we've been working in partnership with BAMA to utilize the space that they have available across the street.
And you can see they've made a very generous offer, so thank you, Bama companies.
Yes. Item G5 enters into a contract with MANT System, MANT Training, and Dr. Giss, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what that acronym stands for. Apologies.
You're $1 or 25 cents, or how much is it?
$2.
Yeah, it's upstairs. She'll.
MANT training and certification is required every year for special education teachers, paraprofessionals, and campus police officers to work with special education students. The total cost of this contract is not to exceed $25,000, and this will fund a week-long training in February that will support a number of our staff in becoming what we call trainers of trainers, so that we have and are building capacity within to meet the annual needs to provide this very important training for our staff who are working with students with IEPs, and particularly students who have behavioral challenges.
I have a quick question on that one.
Yes.
Do we know about an average of how many staff members per school are expected to be certified? Or
I can't tell you how many per school, but roughly it's about 500 per year across the district.
Every school would have
every school,
at least
yes.
one person.
Absolutely, and what our intention is to make sure that all of our special educators, all of our campus security, all of our paraprofessionals who need the training have it, so that there are multiple people at each school. And again, the training addresses a number of de-escalation techniques, coupled with we at times have students who become very difficult physically to control, and so this is a specialized training as well to help people understand how to safely restrain a child who is posing a risk to his or her own safety or the safety of others. And then item G6 is a recommendation to submit an application for a 3-year district-wide library waiver. The waiver allows our district to continue the intern library media specialist program. It's a grow our own librarian program. As you know, we don't just have a teacher shortage, we have a librarian shortage as well. So this allows us to create an opportunity to train librarians ourselves. Tulsa Public Schools has been under the 3-year deregulation waiver for the period from 2017 through 2020. So again, we're asking the board to approve an extension of that, and there's no cost to the district. Any questions on that front? And then item G7 is a recommendation to approve revisions to Board Policy 4102, the criminal record search for employees and prospective employees. And I'm going to ask my colleague and our General Counsel, Jana Burke, to provide any further detail on that and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Paula. You guys hear me? It's been a long night. We conduct, as you know, a thorough national criminal history background check of all prospective employees. Policy 4102 is a longstanding policy of the school district. It has not been updated since 2005. So we're updating it now to better align with our current practices and describe our compliance with state and federal law.
Okay, any questions about those? Moving on to G8 is a routine item about booster clubs. I'll keep going unless there are any questions. That's a regular item that we have to sanction those groups according to board policy. Items G9 through G12 will be presented by our Executive Director of Bond Projects, Mr. Chris Hudgens.
Thank you, Dr. Giss, President Keller, and board members. Items G9, 10, and 11 all are dealing with a new elevator at Hale High School. This is all part of the 2015 bond. It's being bid right now and will be brought back to the board for consent with dollars and contractors' names. Item G12 is to approve entering to a development contract with the City of Tulsa for sanitary sewer improvements for the Rogers College High School Stadium. This is a city requirement and it's no cost to the district. Are there any questions on any of those items? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudgens. And items G13 and 14 will be presented by Chief Robles.
Thank you, Dr. Giss, President Keller, board members. Items G13 and G14 are related to the approval of the 2020-2021 school calendar. G13 specifically is a recommendation to approve the length of the 2020-21 school year to be calculated in hours as allowed by the House Bill 1864. This is a practice that we used in the past and allows for more flexibility. Item G14 is to approve actually the recommended school calendar, which is part of your material today. There's a calendar committee that essentially put forward this recommendation that had representation of teachers, parents, our support staff, union members that essentially made the recommendation for this calendar. It meets the requirements around professional development and parent-teacher meetings. The idea here is that we are continuing to leverage the reduction of short weeks as we did for this year. Even though we are only halfway through the year, there's early data that confirms that there's some benefits on attendance by reducing the number of short weeks. We've also, so we try to keep consistency with that, and the recommended calendar would have 168 school days, with the recommended start date of school for August 19th. I'll answer any questions.
If for the next meeting, we could see the data on that demonstrates some improvement in attendance in reducing the short weeks.
Yes, I can.
We would love to see
I can
that.
bring some. It's very preliminary since we've only had one, but yes, we can.
Sure,
we can look
great.
at that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Robles and Vice President Schreiber. The following items have all been addressed during the staff report, but we're going to introduce each one, and then I think we have public comment on many, if not all, and then obviously can answer any additional question that board members might have. So we'll start with G16. This is on a grade configuration. Central High School. This affects Burroughs, Emerson, Academy Central / Greenwood, and Wayman Tisdale being pre-K 5, with Central Junior High becoming a middle school serving 6th through 8th grade. Any additional questions? G17 is similarly grade configuration Memorial Junior High becoming Memorial Middle School, and again affecting the schools we've already discussed. Any public comment? Any additional questions about that one? G18 grade configuration around Rogers College Junior High becoming Rogers College Middle School. This is affecting, as we said, Kendall Whittier and Sequoia. Any questions around this item or any speakers? G19, this is the Greenwood Leadership Academy Partnership at Academy Central. This bears a little bit of additional, but I'll wait and speak a little bit more to it. Do we have public comment on this one? Because we touched on it, but I think it requires additional conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. Yes, we have a few speakers this evening who have signed up to speak to Greenwood Leadership Academy. If you would, when I call your name, go ahead and take a seat there behind the podium against the wall, and we will get started. So, Mr. Jabbar Shumate, Mr. Wayman Cruel.
Present and accounted for.
Fantastic. Ms. Sherlana Harbin, I apologize if I butchered that, and Mr. Greg Robinson.
Good news.
How are y'all tonight? I'm actually going to speak on behalf of Metcare's chairman, Reverend Ray Owens. He would have obviously been here tonight, but he is battling illness. He deeply apologizes for that, but I do just want to relay a few messages on his behalf. he wanted to make sure that MetCares committed and was unequivocal in its commitment to North Tulsa families and ensuring that there are high-performing schools available to them. To that end, this year, MetCares has been laser-focused on improving student achievement, this year in particularly focusing on reading. We have added staff, we've provided high-quality professional development to achieve this goal, and we expect clear progress as this school year continues. While this expansion was not planned from us when we spoke last summer, we do welcome the opportunity to serve additional students next year as a part of this proposal to close the $20 million budget gap. This board's actions later this month will allow us to plan for the new transition moving forward. We welcome new families and want to continue the progress that we've made in increasing student enrollment at the school. Later, you will hear from our interim executive director, Jabbar Shumate, who'll share more details on where we are. But on behalf of Chairman and on behalf of the MetCares Foundation, we want to thank you for this opportunity. And again, Pastor Owens, obviously, you all know, would be here if he could. So thank you all.
Good evening, Board. My name is Wayman Cruel. I'm an ex-educator from the state of Washington, and I have a first grader in Greenwood Leadership Academy. And I am pleased because he is learning. The school is strict but fair. And Dr. Gist, you can't go wrong. I think that's how I pronounce your name. But let me tell you about the staff. Teachers are brilliant. Now, they've only been open for 3 years. And I'm going to tell you like it is, because I do not hide any punches. This is a school where you want your child to go to. Simple as that. So, but we're going to need your strong support. No question about this. Okay, we do have some concerns dealing with transportation. That's and safety, transportation and safety. And I wanted to just pretty much bring that to your attention. But what's important that these teachers that's at Greenwood Leadership Academy are doing a fine job. And as an ex-educator or retired educator, I'll say that, I will let them know if they're not doing it, and if they will, and if they are doing it. So I am present at this board meeting today to just to inform you how strong my board is. I'm so pleased every day when he come on, because I ask what he has learned, and he can tell me, bam, 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 bam. And I expect that. My expectation is high. Even though that's my family, but as an ex-educator or retired educator, I expect kids to learn. And being part of the PAC, Parent Action Committee, what some would better known as PTA, we invite any of you to come. Haven't seen any of you, but we invite you to come to our PAC meeting and see how you can support Greenwood Leadership Academy. It's a wonderful school, wonderful administration. I'm very pleased. So I wanted to put my input into it. It's the first time I've seen the board, and I will be inquiring about your names and all that good stuff, but I do know of you by television. Okay. But and it can't be too serious. And you got to have some type of laughter around here, because But anyway, once again, my name is Wayman Cruel, and I love Greenwood Leadership Academy. And as you can see, this is some of the important people that has helped running the school. But we'll continue. We need your support as we make that jump. It's going to be huge, and anything you can do, which I know you can do a lot, help support this fine school that's coming up. That partnership is huge. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cruel. As a fellow educator, I don't think you ever become an ex-educator, do you? Is that a thing? Do you get to become an ex-educator?
Well, you know, the X came out. You're always an educator, no matter where you go.
Right? Thank you. Mrs. Harbin?
Hi, I'm Raynell. I'm the family organizer at Greenwood Leadership Academy. I'm actually going to read a letter on behalf of Mrs. Harbin, our amazing instructional coach. She stayed as long as possible, but she needed to leave. She apologizes for that. She needs to prepare for tomorrow. Ms. Harbin says, good evening. My name is Shalana Harbin. I'm the instructional coach at Greenwood Leadership Academy. I coach teachers who teach the CKLA knowledge and skills strands and also our writing elective. The academic vision at GLA has been a vision not only for the staff at our school, but for our students, board, community, and as a whole. A lot of our focus has been on reading. Pastor Owens and the board blessed us with a CKLA consultant, Ms. Carla Oakley, who has been very instrumental with advising us on the curriculum, reading intervention, and closing gaps. Ms. Oakley has led staff professional development with helping us grow in on our content, knowledge surrounding CKLA. Mr. Carter, our school leader, and Mrs. Carr, our assistant principal, implemented an intervention hour, and Ms. Oakley helped us use CKLA's assessment and remediation guide to find the gaps, teach to the gaps, and assess students weekly. Our teachers also played a huge part in this. They look at our students learning they took our students' learning into their own hands by dividing them up and diving into the curriculum and finding the resources to help them pull out what was needed to get our students closer to reading on grade level. Every person, no matter where they fall in the hierarchy at the school, has made a personal commitment to our students at GLA. Mr. Shoemate, our interim executive director, has joined us in multiple academic meetings and dived into the reading data to make sure we are doing our best with advancing our students. Mr. Shoemate has even stopped in and read with some of our students and reading partners. Mrs. Carr and myself have pooled students individually to do assessments to focus even more on what exactly needs to happen with each student to get them excited and confident with their reading skills. Last but not least, our students are invested as well. I sat with students at the beginning of the year and heard them say, I can't read. I'm not good at reading. Before winter break, I sat with some of those same students, and now I hear them saying, I can do this. And they stop me in the hallway and say, Ms. Harbin, may I read my book to you? So of course, I stop. This is what it's all about. Are we where we need to be? Not at all. Do we have work to do? Yes, indeed. But I'm a huge believer in how a mindset can change a life in more ways than one. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing to work at Greenwood Leadership Academy.
Thank you. Mr. Shoemate?
Good evening. I know the hour is late, and I just want to thank you as a board for taking the time to listen to us. I know you have some critical decisions to make for our district. I did want to say I'm very honored and proud to be here alongside our great parents like Mr. Cruel and our exceptionally talented staff. You heard about Ms. Harbin, who lives in Okmulgee and drives every day from Okmulgee here and back, and was here tonight, and Mr. Cruel, who'll be the first parent in the parking lot in the morning, not just making sure that his first grader is in our school safely, but that all kids are in our school safely. And that's just the environment and culture at Greenwood Leadership Academy. Since our last opportunity to visit with you, we have been able to really internalize and think about the feedback you gave us since the last time we presented to you, and I'm really excited to say we have had a laser focus on academic achievement and student performance in that time. Toward that end, we invested in hiring a Ms. Harbin, an instructional coach that every day makes sure our teachers walk into the classroom really ready to develop those teachers and push them in classroom classroom management and push them and challenge them to be more rigorous in their approach in our classrooms. I'm very proud to say that we've developed a clear path to success and thought and how to be very intentional about getting and closing the gaps that we have talked about and we continue to talk about as we really strive to excellence and close those gaps. In addition, you've heard about our work with Ms. Carla Oakley, someone who worked with the school district and has had an amazing impact on our team because of her work with our reading curriculum with CKLA and her understanding of it. She's been able to work alongside our instructional leadership team to see great success. We're building muscle in the areas of solid instruction in our building, and we're preparing our students and getting prepared with the mindset of thinking about how to push them towards excellence and as well think about how we can overcome some of the challenges we've had in the past. As the state's only partnership school, we are very much like a neighborhood school that we take what student comes to us, and those students sometimes have behavioral challenges, but this team that I work with has been very intentional as well about seeing how we implement things like social-emotional learning and trauma-informed instruction so that we see really the unwanted behaviors that we don't want to see in our building. We see less and less of those. And then we also have worked really hard to understand how positive behavior and reinforcement of positive behavior can help drive down unwanted behaviors. And the evidence of that has been our work to lower our suspension rates and to see us meet some of the expectations and goals you put before us. Lastly, I just want to say that in enrollment, as a former Academy Central cadet, it's been a great pride to see that school expand and grow in terms of the students in the building. We now have the data to see that when we started this experience having our own set of students from pre-K to third grade to looking at what existed in the building from pre-K to third before we arrived, we've increased by 150% the number of students in the building. And it is really, really refreshing to see in the building that I had a chance to be an elementary school student in, to see it grow and be alive. And as well, I want to say that 95% of our students come from North Tulsa. So as a former legislator and a person who has really worked in my entire career to see the best of the best in education, it is really good to see in North Tulsa folks very, very committed, as you see parents as well as our faculty and our staff, and as well as really many of you who have been very, very supportive of us. And so I close in saying, on behalf of our board of directors and Chairman Owens, we really look forward to talking with you and dialoguing with you about how we can make the state's only partnership school that much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schumate. Dr. Gist?
Yes, so I just wanted to give a little additional context here, and I know the board knows this, but I just want to make sure everyone understands that the recommendation here is coupled with the recommendation that we've discussed previously. And what it means is that we have the potential of having only fifth grade next year being what is Academy Central and not being a part of the work that's happening with the Greenwood Leadership Academy. I want to pause and just recognize Principal Love, who is here, who we very much appreciate and who's done an outstanding job in her role and in her previous role as counselor. And in her partnership and collaboration with the co-location there. But what this would mean, potentially, pending board approval of the recommendation, is that we would have Principal Love with about 50 students and just a couple of teachers. And so because of the planned expansion, this is a recommendation that then adds one additional grade for that expansion, which then closes this out. The board does have the performance report from Greenwood Leadership Academy. Chief Castaneda can certainly dive into that, answer any questions or present it. But given the time, I could also just open it up to questions, depending. Do you have a preference about that?
Questions?
Okay.
That's all right. Does anyone have any questions or discussion? Would anyone like to request Chief Castaneda's presentation? emailed to us. I believe it was attached in our board letter on Friday. Correct? Yes, correct. Dr. Hosmer?
I have a quick question. In reading this item, it says that the contract describing the terms of the partnership schools operation shall specify that full implementation of the agreement shall be contingent on the district receiving sufficient students' performance data for the 2019-2020 school year. So we're halfway through that school year. So what does that mean?
So what we shared in the performance report that we sent out with the board email is the performance data that we have. And I think that what it means is that we have data that shows us that not only has the school achieved the enrollment increases, seen improvements in attendance and improvements in student behavior and a decrease in suspensions. They've also seen those significant gains in reading. We do all continue to know that there's additional work to do, and I think math, notably in the report you'll see, but they're meeting their goal, many of their goals, and I am comfortable and confident in making the recommendation that would be, again, adding one additional grade level. It's not about, it's one additional grade level. It's not about only the 1 year of growth. That would be.
Ms. Marshall.
Okay, reviewing the performance data that we have, it indicates that the math percentage of students proficient is 5.56%. So if we break that down of 53 students, that's about 3 students. And then reading, number of students proficient 50 in the 50 percentile is 13.21%. When we break that down, that's 7.5 students.
So I think we'll just go ahead and have Chief Castaneda walk you through this, because I want to make sure the board understands the report and doesn't understand the wrong messages from the report. So we'll go ahead and have you do that.
She's a board member. She needs to be able to speak. Thank you. An elected official.
So to be clear, Ms. Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong, what I hear you asking about is that data, and I'm asking Chief Castaneda to walk you through that data. Is that the wrong understanding of what you're raising?
So I'm looking, if I remember last year, our concern was when we were talking about RSA and the second graders who were going into the third grade. I think we raised the question as to whether or not the second graders were going to be prepared to pass the RSA test and whether or not they were going to be put in position of retention, having to be retained because of whether or not they were just going to be academically prepared because of the past scores. So what I'm saying is we're looking at these scores. Some of these scores are past scores, and what we ask for is to be able to see current scores. And what we're doing tonight, we're bringing GLA prematurely before the board. They wouldn't normally come before the board until around June, correct?
Correct.
So what
the spring.
Well, the spring.
Yeah, right.
So there's another testing period that they would have had, automatically have had an opportunity to go through. So there's another set of tests that we would have automatically had an opportunity to take advantage of seeing them progress through. So I'm saying that for me, I would like to have seen them go through that full cycle of testing so we would have the full picture, because what we have seen over time is that the school with its struggles, and they have been working hard to try to be on track and get on track, that they be given a full opportunity to go through the full cycle of testing, come back when they would automatically have come back with that full cycle of testing, that we as a board would have gotten the full picture. And then we would vote on it. And rather than a premature vote, because I never want to set the school up for failure, I don't want to set the students up for failure, and I don't want to set the district up for failure.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall, and I appreciate that. And as a member of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Marshall is fully aware and has actually asked and requested this data. So I want to be really clear, Ms. Marshall, that as an elected official, our responsiveness to you has been significant. And in fact, the report that the board members received, the portfolio members specifically asked for some of that cohort data and the RSA data that you and Board Member Woolley and the committee chairperson, our vice president, have requested. I do feel like there's some of that data that is important for Chief Castaneda to address, because I want to make sure that the description of it is accurate because of what I heard you share earlier. And then I also, Ms. Marshall, want to respond to the concern that you just raised about the Reading Sufficiency Act. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Castaneda. Well, before I do that, let me just say that we really lean into thinking about the balance of the timing and the data and the needs of the students and families. And so there's a rationale behind why we're bringing it to you now, and I'm going to ask Chief Castaneda to address that as well.
Madam President, members of the board, and especially Member Marshall, with your specific questions. So I think first the place to jump off on is, I think, the question of timing. And there obviously is this important connection between this recommendation, which is the expansion of Greenwood to allow them to serve PK through 5 next year, and our broader Shaping Our Future recommendations, especially around the transition of a 6th grade into Central. I think the thing that's really important about this moment is that with this recommendation, we're actually asking the opportunity to provide Greenwood families, Academy Central families, and all other interested families the same amount of information about the schools that are available to them, the grade spans that are available to them, and the broader options as we are providing through the rest of the process. So that is an urgent issue around family access to information and ability to engage in a broader decision-making process around their school choices. A second important issue around this is that this is one of many of the building blocks of our overall proposal that you guys have heard in some detail tonight. And the particular connection here is around the connection to the proposed grade span changes at Central Junior High, which would accept the 6th graders. So this is a thoughtfully developed package, and one piece of the package that ideally travels as a whole. I do think that it's important to quickly go back to the data questions, because Superintendent Guest is right. Some of the data that's included in here was specifically requested by the Portfolio Committee to be able to go a little bit deeper. To clarify Member Marshall's concerns about proficiency rates, she was correctly citing some of the data in the report, but it actually was specific to one cohort, so I want to pull up one level and just share with you that proficiency rates for Greenwood are in math and reading are actually exceeding all of the comparable elementary schools in the district. So while there is always more work to do, the school has responded quite significantly to your annual expectations that they improve. Now, in a small school, you can see differences between different cohorts, and any teacher will tell you that this happens. There are cohort effects. And so the data that you were citing, Ms. Marshall, was actually specific to 3rd grade. And if we look at this as an average, we see that the reading proficiency rates for Greenwood are a little over 30%, and math are a little bit over 25%. Again, more work to do, but exceeding, and in some cases dramatically exceeding, the comparable elementary schools. I think that the other issue that I want to raise for you around timing and this very rational request that we think about additional data is that to wait for the next data point will mean to delay this item after the rest of the package benefits from your consideration. And we always want more data, and there are moments when we must wait, and there are moments when we must think about the implications for the broader picture. Here, I think we have a school that has posted some of the highest attendance rates in the elementary school category, has dramatically reduced suspensions so that they are now amongst the lowest. As you heard, they have nearly doubled some of their elementary school cohorts, their grade cohorts, while still maintaining an over 90% success in the catchment of the Academy Central area. They've already at this initial point with just the fall test data met 3 of the 4 performance requirements that you set forth for them, and in some cases met them with ease. So taken as a whole, I think this is a complex moment, but an important one to look at from the higher altitude of are we sure? And the answer is we're confident that the school is ready. What are they doing to be ready? And they will benefit greatly from the timing here, which will enable them to do recruitment and prepare for not just the 4th grade, but potentially the 5th grade as well. And why now, which is that this is part of our broader package, and the entire community benefits from early clarity.
Ms. Marshall, do you have any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, Ms. Schreiber.
Okay, I'm just going to say, speaking from my perspective on this, Mr. Shoemate said that Greenwood is somewhat like a neighborhood school. As a point of fact, it is a neighborhood school as a matter of right. Folks can opt out, but it is a matter of right. And we wouldn't, in the larger package, ask any of our other schools or tell any of our other schools, you can't have these kids because you're not performing at this rate or that rate. And because of the unique nature of this partnership school, that I'll remind everyone is a creation of Tulsa Public Schools. We initiated this model. Greenwood is our partner, and we have a very public relationship with them where they come and present to us. We know a lot about what happens there, but they are very similar to a neighborhood school. No one else is asked to come and be put to these standards that they are in the unique relationship that they're in. So I have concerns about waiting for a test. I think this disregards the whole child and the community that is behind Greenwood, and we know that very well because they come before us so frequently, which I have separate issues with. But as Mr. Robinson has said in the past, there's no one who it's more important to for these kids to succeed than the people at Greenwood Leadership Academy. So they're putting everything into this trajectory that's going like this for this school. So I would hate to see putting one test, this whole child, and creating that pressure. And what would we do if we did? If they came back and we didn't like the test scores, we would say, okay, continue to run this other school with 5th grade, 50 kids, with a principal and everything that's required for a school, and at that cost, when we know that there's fantastic things going on at Greenwood. I mean, these are our partners. We need to trust and support them. We've seen really robust data, and like I said, a trajectory that's going like this. So I support this recommendation. I'm excited for them to accelerate getting their 5th grade, and I just expect that they're not going to do anything but continue to deliver a high-quality education for our kids.
Are there any other comments or discussion? No?
Okay, so we'll move on to G20, which is a recommendation regarding Wright Elementary School and the recommendations that students have new boundaries into Elliott and Patrick Henry. It includes the deaf education program moving in its entirety to Patrick Henry, and I'm sure there
are, Dr. Gist. So would the following people please come and sit behind the podium in preparation? Ms. Mary Hooks, Kelsey Royce, Mrs. Shelley Anderson, and Greg Jennings. Please.
Hello, hello. So I've had the great opportunity to speak with our staff members at Wright Elementary, along with a lot of our parents, and voicing their concerns to me because of being the PTA president. I've gotten emails after emails after emails on this decision. And speaking with our teachers and staff today, they gave me some of the things that they want to say, but kind of can't. So they're looking at, talking about how Wright has improved in the last 2 years. Just with Ms. Page, I mean, she's an amazing principal. She's definitely taken our school into a new direction. With the activities that she's brought, we have a new activity period, which we call clubs, and our kids get to choose what clubs that they want to go to, so that makes our kids feel more involved in the classrooms. And the thing is that it's not just the hearing students that are getting to choose this. The deaf ed students get to be involved just as much, which is fantastic with being a parent of both hearing and a deaf child. We've also paired with OSU Extension. We're the only school that's ever reached out to OSU Extension to make a partnership with them. We've also partnered with TSHA. We have the fire department that's right there that we've partnered with, Riverside Police Department that we've partnered with, along with Tulsa Ballet, that our kids get to actually, instead of doing PE or gym, they get to go over to the ballet and actually get to learn a class for 6 weeks for free, and then the parents get to come and watch. They get a free t-shirt. It's amazing for these kids to be able to experience this different culture. As well as the Gathering Place, we've partnered with the Gathering Place as far as doing STEM clubs and different things like that. We also do have a computer science teacher who works as a TA at Wright Elementary at the moment, and he's teaching a STEM club there. So our kids are getting to learn all these different things. And taking this and dividing our children is it's not fair for our kids, but I mean, yes, our kids will eventually grow to be more involved with Patrick Henry or wherever our kids are put in. But it's the fact that we've started all of these things and these kids have gotten used to it, and they've gotten used to one another, and they've gotten used to these teachers knowing their names as soon as they walk into the building. You see Ms. Waller-Smith standing at the front every morning, and she knows every kid that comes in by name. She also knows each kid individually as far as what their pressure points are or what their breakdown points are. She knows how to react to these students. You can take them from Wright and put them into a different place, and Ms. Waller-Smith will eventually get to know these new students when she moves. But it's not going to be the same for our students. It's the family that, yes, it's not just our building that you're taking, but it's our familyhood, it's our livelihood that we've come to know. Because I don't know if most of y'all know, Wright Elementary didn't have a PTA until last 2 years. The PTA, I mean, it was one person, basically. It was the PTA president. We have definitely changed that in so many ways. You can ask some of our teachers that are here how the PTA has different from the last 2 years to how it is now. I mean, these teachers get more respect from us as a PTA, and we have more parent involvement than we have in the last 6 years that I've been at the school. And so it's just, it's our kids that we're worried about, but it's not just our deaf ed kids that we're worried about. We're worried about the non-deaf ed kids because they've learned this culture. They've learned how to cope with everything. They know if they see a kid that's crying, their first reaction is to start signing to them. They see a kid that's broken down in the hallway, they sign to him. And that's the culture that you're taking away from Wright.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Mr. Jennings?
You should not allow the district to close these schools with this manufactured financial crisis. Our teachers are not your factory workers, and our students are not widgets. During the community meetings, I could not help but notice that our superintendent acted as if she was a victim of some major financial downturn. The truth is, the superintendent and this administration are actually the perpetrators of this crisis. This board has allowed the superintendent to bring over 16 Eli Broad trained administrators and install them in the top level positions throughout the district. Why would this be a problem? It's a problem because Eli Broad and his foundation are hell-bent on closing public schools and replacing them with private charter schools and treat education like it's a business, picking winners and losers, and that is exactly what we have here today. Can somebody please explain to me why Eli Broad, and for that matter, Bill Gates, the Zuckerbergs, Lauren Powell Jobs, the Waltons, the Wallaces, Michael Bloomberg, the New School Venture Fund, Jeb Bush, the Silicon Valley Foundation, and the Kaiser, Schustermans, and Zero Foundations, to name but a few, have more say in how this district is run and how my kids are educated than do I or any other of the TPS parents. None of these billionaires have students in this district. This administration claims it has no plan at the moment to install private charter schools in the closed buildings. We know this is an outright lie. One merely needs to look at the 2004 application of Collegiate Hall Charter School, where it specifically lists Wright Elementary as the facility identified to house the proposed school. Since this administration insists on running the district as if it's a business, picking winners and losers, closing schools and consolidating, let's look at this business model that got us here tonight. Your employees, your primary workforce, your human capital, our teachers are leaving by the hundreds. They didn't become teachers because they thought they were going to become fabulously wealthy. They wanted to teach kids. But with the top-down mandates and curriculum being forced down their throats and an administration that stands on their necks until they either acquiesce or quit, they are quitting in droves. Either they are retiring or moving to a suburban school district for more autonomy, leaving us with an inexperienced teacher pool. In addition, your so-called customers, our students, are also leaving in droves. This district has failed them, and they are leaving and taking their public tax dollars with them. This is why you claim to need to close these schools. But the craziest part of your business plan is you are helping them leave. You are creating the self-fulfilling prophecy of a declining enrollment at the same time student populations are growing. You close public schools and you expand charter schools. You literally give your customer list, our student information, to your competition and then help them sign up to leave. One only needs to go down to the TPS Enrollment Center to transfer a student to one of the city's private charter schools. This is why you want to realign the grade configurations, to supply a coherent feeder pattern into the private charter schools. Your business model is so flawed. At the last board meeting, this board voted to give $1.6 million to remodel a neighborhood school you closed, not for the benefit of TPS students, but to benefit the private charter school now now housed there. Parents and taxpayers should be outraged. There is no choice when the only choice in a neighborhood is a private charter school. We elected this board to fight for our public schools, not close them and open up private charter schools in their place, which siphon public tax dollars away from the district and into the hands of private charter schools. Instead, you have turned this district into an education brothel where billionaires wave their cash, bring in a consultant, and force our students behind computers. This so-called personal learning has little to no credible peer-reviewed research to prove it works. In fact, many of your so-called innovations have already been tried in other districts and failed. So why are we doing it here? It's destroying our public schools, and it's destroying our sense of community. I will say it again. Our teachers are not factory workers, and our students are not widgets. You should vote no to close these schools.
Ms. Royce?
Sure. Hello, I'm Shelley Anderson. I'm from Wright Elementary. I have students that I've had child that went there from the deaf ed, and I have one that's a hearing child now that still goes to Wright Elementary. I wanted to say that we have started ASL classes at Wright Elementary this year to invite the community as well as anybody that wanted to come learn sign language for free. And this has been taken away from us if they're going to be put in Patrick Henry. And I have a lot of questions with the Patrick Henry. Why were they taken out of Patrick Henry with the fact of what's really going on when we've been at Wright. I've been at Wright for 10 years, and why haven't we had any fire drill bells with the lights for the deaf ed? Why haven't we had anything that's for the deaf ed? Because you all get more money for the deaf ed students than you do for a hearing child. How is Elliott going to take on the diversity of the children that's coming from Wright Elementary? That school is so small, it does not have a parking lot, and you're wanting to close down Wright Elementary to put these kids to make class size even bigger because you ain't gonna lie to me. I already know the class sizes are going to get bigger because they already have a few that's already going to that school, and the classes even got bigger. So if our students go from Wright to Patrick Henry to Elliott to whatever schools that you're all closing, the class sizes are going to get bigger. Period. Another thing, wait, I think I've covered everything that I wanted to cover. I just wanted y'all to realize what y'all doing to the students, because we have plenty of amazing teachers that go there. And it's just not the deaf ed teachers, it's the cafeteria workers, it's the music teachers, it's all the other teachers that have learned sign language as well for these students. And it's a lot for other teachers to take on. They say, oh yeah, they're going to be able to handle it and stuff, but I don't feel like that. So when you work on one-on-one with the child, I have a deaf child, so I know what's really going on. So a lot of teachers are going to just say, oh yeah, we can handle it, just to throw it off their back. But another thing, if you don't have a deaf child, you have no clue what somebody goes through when they have a deaf child, and when you're changing their life and that's all they know. So I wish y'all would please take it into I can't talk, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. But if you all would please just focus on what really needs to happen and keep the Wright Elementary open. If that's what needs to happen, please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Royce?
Hi, guys.
Hi, how are you guys this evening? Good? Tired? I'm really tired. I don't know if what Mr. Pendleton said earlier, he called it a traumatic discussion, and it is hot, and it was traumatic because we know something's not right here at Tulsa Public Schools. Like, I wonder, honestly, like, how do you, as board members, sleep at night? April 22nd, a little girl, so many people left here in tears. And it's not a human element. I would suggest that is an objectification of human beings to call them human elements, right? Right? These are not commodities. These are our children. They might be numbers to you guys, or, you know, amounts of money that you could shift around the district. It might be, you know, a number greater or less than 350 for the purpose of building utility. But for us, these are our children, and these are our children, and you guys are definitely remiss for treating them as objects. You have to stop. I mean, we are saying keep our schools open. Do not overcrowd our classrooms. This is what we want. And I know with all the remodel or the redesigns and reimaginings and restructuring, you know, this is TPS, not HGTV, guys. Or in the case that it is, maybe we should, you know, make this some tiny budget living, because we really do not need to be spending $19 million on administrative and consulting fees when you might save $300,000 or to $500,000, that's what you guys have said, by closing these schools. That doesn't even count the cost of closures, because we do know school closures aren't free or at no cost to the district. So I have some ideas for you guys. One thing that I think would instantly help would be to reorganize your May 2019 district reorganization that cost us $1.5 million. If you could unreorganize, that would help us keep our schools open, keep our classroom sizes small. Another thing, this portfolio model is really expensive and rather inefficient. I mean, we're not happy, the teachers aren't happy. It's just not working. So that could probably save us, let's see, that would save us more money. I would suggest $1.5 to $3 million with the organizational overhead for each portfolio. And then, let's see, what else do we have here? Oh yeah, leading educators. That consulting, that would be another $1.5 million. We also have, I think with that, that's like about $5 million, I think I've mentioned just off the top. So really, like, why should the cost of your all's mismanagement or inability to get a handle on the budget fall on the shoulders of our kids in terms of the trauma that it costs them? I mean, I just, like, does this not keep you up at night? I know that they're just human elements or objects to y'all, but I mean, they are our kids, and yeah. Do you? I guess it doesn't bother y'all. A couple of other things. The staff need to be compensated for their work. We wouldn't see properly compensated, appropriately compensated. Oh, and teachers should get adequate restroom breaks. Anything else I want to cram in here? I think we're good. We need a reset. The district definitely needs a reset. So. Oh yeah, how many signatures will it take? Seriously, all of our signatures from the entire, everyone in Tulsa?
Thank you, Ms. Royce. Are there any board questions or comments?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so item G21 is the recommendation around Mark Twain Elementary School and the consolidation with Wayman Tisdale Fine Arts Academy. And I want to acknowledge the Mark Twain team members who are here, specifically our principal, Principal Tees, and our assistant principal, Fax. Really appreciate your leadership and just all that your team has done throughout this process to give us feedback, and we acknowledge the challenge, as we do with all of our schools. But that's what item G21 is, Madam President.
Are there any questions on item G21? No. Thank you.
Item G22 is regarding Grimes Elementary School and the recommendation around a reboundary to Carnegie and Key Elementary School.
Dr. Gist, we do have one speaker to this agenda item, Mr. James Sinclair. Mr. Sinclair? Did Mr. Sinclair give up and go home? Okay. We do not have Mr. Sinclair here this evening.
Are there any additional questions?
I do have a few questions on this, just for the public's information as a reminder. So would you remind us how many students are at Grimes, and then how many transfers, and how many, that'll answer how many are in the actual Grimes boundaries.
I have them off the top of my head, but my guess is you have them right in front of you, Chief Robles.
Yes, Dr. Gist, I have them. Currently at Grimes, including 6th grade, is 195 students attending Grimes. Out of those, 55%, so it's approximately 107 are transfers.
107 transfers.
And what was the other piece of data you asked?
So if there's 107 that are transfers, that means there's, what was the total?
It's 195. So it's 55% of the students currently attending Grimes are transfers, on transfers.
Okay. And the capacity at Carnegie and Key?
The site capacity at Carnegie is 467 students, and at Key is 625.
And do you know what utilization rate they are at now?
Their current utilization is at Carnegie is 81%, and at Key is 47%.
Okay. So when in the redistricting, I'm assuming those utilization rates were taken into account, and with the new students that are districted for Carnegie, what will that put Carnegie at capacity, or
right at the
levels
recommended
that we like?
capacity, right? It's sort of right at 90%.
And Key will be?
Key would go up to 70% approximately.
70%, okay. And I guess the only other question I wanted to make sure I understood, and I asked this a little bit earlier regarding the neighborhood school versus the transfer student, when they have priority for asking for transfers. My understanding is if I am a transfer to Grimes, and I came from Marshall, let's say, then I will have a priority transfer versus a neighborhood school student who is a neighborhood student at Grimes, but also would like to apply for a transfer, say they don't like where they're reassigned to their new neighborhood school. The order of priority will be the student that is currently on a transfer, and then secondarily, if there's still space, the student who is asking, who was reassigned.
Correct.
And this is their new neighborhood school, and they were within the district boundaries. Is that correct?
Right, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to make sure that we have done our due diligence up here, Mr. Sinclair is not here anymore, right? It didn't just go unheard or anything? Okay, perfect. I did not want to have not given him a chance if he was in fact here.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item G23. This is regarding Jones Elementary School and the recommendation regarding new boundaries for students to attend MacArthur Lindbergh and Bell Elementary Schools.
Are there any questions from board members? No.
Okay, and then G24 is adopting the 2020-2021 staffing plan, which again is the tool that allows us to determine class size. Okay, that concludes our information items tonight, Madam President.
Excellent. That brings us to board member reports. Are there any reports from our board members this evening? Yes, Board Member Wester, I agree. I just wanted to take 1 second to acknowledge you all and to thank you all. I know it's Board Member Appreciation Month, and this is really not a great month for us to be appreciated. But I do want you to know that I appreciate you as coworkers and as people, and I understand how difficult these decisions are, and I hope that others do as well, and that we do, in fact, lose sleep over these decisions at night. It's not easy being tasked with making decisions like this. It's hard. But unfortunately, that's what we're asked more often than not to do these days. So I appreciate all of you and the dedication that you have to the students of TPS. I appreciate the dedication that you have to the district, to the job. So thank you for volunteering for this very thankless task this evening. So, if there are no other board reports, we have citizens' comments this evening. We have 3 individuals who have signed up to speak. As a reminder, each speaker will have 5 minutes to address the board. First up is Ms. Foster. Ms. Angela Foster has signed up to speak this evening about the budget redesign in virtual charter schools. Thank you, Ms. Foster.
Hello. I'm not going to be directly affected by any of the closures or the redesign, but I've been a TPS parent for 9 years, and I've experienced almost every one of these things that you guys are proposing. My son I've been in almost all the school districts as well. My son went to Kendall Whittier, and then he went to Lee, which is now Council Oak, then he went to Patrick Henry, and now he's at Edison. And it's been a roller coaster ride. I wonder when is it gonna be stable? Is that ever gonna happen? I don't know. One thing we should know, we cannot know where we're going without knowing where we've been. And when I was doing a bunch of research online about TPS and its history, I came across a really interesting study that was done in 1977 by an advisory committee in Tulsa, or in Oklahoma, that was made up of different academics and such, that reported to the U.S. Commission for Civil Rights. And the very foundation of the structure of Tulsa Public Schools is founded on segregation. So basically what happened is Tulsa didn't desegregate like they were supposed to, and so, the government came in. And what ended up happening is we got a whole bunch of new suburban school districts like Jinx and Bixby because the white parents didn't want their children going to school with black people. So here we are many, many years later, and I still see a lot of segregation, a lot. It might not all be racial segregation, which it definitely is very predominant in our school district, but also economic segregation. Disadvantaged children and minorities are the ones paying for the $20 million redesign. The children are. And it's not in the charter schools that have a huge white population. It's happening with the schools where there's kids with disabilities at higher numbers than average. That's happening at schools with higher minorities than the others, and it's happening with the biggest common denominator is economically disadvantaged children. Maybe because you think their parents aren't going to stand up for them because they're too busy working several jobs. So here's some of the things I noticed. Jones only has a 26% white population, 91.5% economically disadvantaged. Okay, Wright is 88% economically disadvantaged. Grimes is 81.5% economically disadvantaged. We all know that Wright has a higher disability rate, so it seems like there's other schools that maybe could have been chosen to do this, like a charter school. For example, I believe Grimes is the one that's right next door to Eisenhower. Is that true? Is that Grimes and Eisenhower that's right next to? I think, doesn't your daughter or child go to Grimes? Yeah. So Eisenhower's doing great. And what studies have shown is when there's more racial diversity in schools at an equal level, not 26% white and the rest black and Mexican and other nationalities, they do better. Even the white kids do better. Everyone does better. So it's just baffling to me that instead of making more equity in our historically racially discriminating district, you're going to make them less diverse and you're making them less equitable. So it doesn't make sense to me. I think that there's a lot of money that can be saved by creating laws and restrictions for virtual charter schools. $113 million is what they got paid last year. I think it would be great to look at what other charter situations are draining money out of our normal neighborhood schools, is what we call them. And I don't think that any of these schools should be closed until there's been a investigation into the purpose of it and the motivation. And congratulations on your marriage, Ms. Giss, but isn't your new husband senior vice president of Bank of Oklahoma? He's not like a bank teller, right? Just thought I'd bring that up because I thought that was a little inaccurate. And then if you want kids to be calmer, let them have more recess.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Mr. Bright? Darrell?
Madam President, board members, Dr. Giss, I'm telling you, this is Groundhog Day. Open, close, move around, pieces on a chessboard. You know, I was reading the Tulsa World December 15th, and a lot of the board members had made some statements about how they're still trying to figure out what is really going on. That's about 3 weeks ago. And I wanted to know, I said, look, we talk a lot to Dr. Giss, but you know who's going to vote up or down on this and has forever? It's you. It's you. And you know what we don't know about you? What are the determinants that you use to make any decisions? As a collective, what is your vision for the district? Haven't heard it. I've made this speech before, 5 years ago. Have you talked about what the determinants are that you will use collectively? No, you haven't. Have you studied the history of Tulsa Public Schools? Most of you have our 161-page chronology, and I'll guarantee you, most of you haven't gone through it. From 1954 to 2013. Have you studied the outcomes? I've seen so many reports that are enamored with administrative, operational, right? Programmatic, but nothing said anything about teaching and learning. Think about it. We have an enrollment drop. Under Dr. Giss, the enrollment has dropped. For a decade, it was 5,000 have dropped out of this district. 2,900 of that 500 was under her purview. 2,900, 60%. Our test scores are steadily going out. What are you talking about? What are you doing? You've abdicated your role as being the moral authority of what's going on in our district. Sure, there are things that are happening that must be taken under consideration, but all we get is excuses. Chronic absenteeism, trauma. What else you want to use? on and on and on. And we have not heard from anyone that talked about how we can turn this thing around based upon improving teaching and learning. Look at the verbs in the presentation that were made. Will, has not, during, will, hope to, will sustain. There's nothing about what happened today and what's happening now. There's no analysis. There's no profile. How are you going to make a decision about anything and you ignore what's going on the ground? Yes, we could rearrange these things based upon, what we need to have in the classroom, but what is going on right now, particularly for African American children and children of color, and children who are ableism, who face ableism, right? Sexism, all of it. What are you doing? I'm asking you, what are the determinants that you're going to use to say, yes, we will have this, no, we won't? On what basis? This is not a business. This is not a business. This is not a bottom line of profits and earnings. The bottom line for this district is teaching and learning. We start at that point. We don't continuously add layers. We don't continuously add programs. We don't continuously ignore what is going on right here to our children that are grinding them to dust. Why didn't you do something when you saw the enrollment dropping at Wright? No, everybody's standing around looking. No one came up with an idea, hey, let's go to Wright and figure out how to attain, retain, and attract students there. No, we're going to stand on the sidelines and watch it implode, so that a charter school maybe can take advantage of that. But what is that attitude? We saw it with William Penn. We saw it with the 7th grade center. I've seen it ever since we've been in existence for 32 years. We talk more about reconfiguration than we do about quality education. That's done by design. That's done by design. That is your role. Don't abdicate your moral authority to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Bright. Our last speaker this evening is Mr. David Harris. Mr. Harris?
Did you hear what I said? Take it under advisement. Please, our children need you to stand up and speak.
Protocol being established, I appreciate this opportunity to speak and to share with you all. Everything that I had in my phone is dead, and I'm right behind it. I was allowed to participate in the 35-member body, 38-member body of the Board Advisory Committee. And I went to 4, 5 of the 9, I believe it was, community meetings. I have a child that graduated from Booker T, and I have a child that is currently at Wayman Tisdale. The interesting thing about it is I saw, similar to what she said, I saw the segregation. But it's funny because most of the people that are complaining about what's going on are the ones that were being segregated. So I appreciate the work that you all do, but I am charging each of us to do the work as well. The interesting thing is that most of us that lived in the McLean area that went to the McLean meeting didn't go to Rogers to hear what the students or the parents or the people in Rogers were dealing with. The interesting thing is that the people that were at Memorial didn't go to Booker T to find out what they were needing or what they were going through or what they were dealing with. I was able to go to each of those different ones, and I heard different stories. I heard different needs. I heard different concerns. But the one thing that was important that I heard the most was that they cared about the kids. You care about your kids, I care about my kids, and not only as a child of an educator and a counselor, not only as a child of an alumni of Booker T, not only as an alum of Booker T, Not only as a father of a child of a child that came out of Booker T, now I'm a community involved individual that mentors in 8 or 9 schools right now. So I understand. I get it. And contrary, Mr. Bright raised me. Contrary to what he says, it is a business. Because at the end of the day, you still got to pay people. At the end of the day, you still got to keep the lights on. And what I haven't found is someone else to say, hey, here's another way that we do pay the teachers. We get it. The federal government don't want to pay them. The state government don't want to pay them. But somebody needs to find a way to generate the revenue. And similar to what you're saying, the segregation is my child started at Zorro. And because of certain things that happened, we ended up at Tisdale. Night and day. Zorro was able to raise like $100,000 but with their foundation. Tisdale's trying to find $10. That's just the truth. But I don't see any of the parents over in some of those other schools where their foundation can do 6 figures coming over to some of those schools that they can't do 3. It's a community problem. It's not just a right problem. Both of my grandparents were deaf mutes. It's not just a right problem. It's not just a Monroe problem. It's a Tulsa problem. It's a Tulsa issue. And I trust and I believe that Dr. Giss is trying to do the best that she can. But at the end of the day, the coach ain't the one playing on the field. We are the players. We have to be involved. And it was nerve-wracking for me to want to move my child from Zorro to Tisdale, because when I was a kid, Tisdale was Madison. And Madison had most of the most famous gangbangers. And I wasn't trying to take my child over to Madison. But when I got there, the work of Dr. Johnson, the work of Dr. Giss, when I got there, my child has thrived. She has thrived, and the community there has been better than it was over at Zorro. I love Zorro, but it has been better at Tisdale than it was at Zorro. It worked. And more importantly, my child is okay. Listen, I understand that this is difficult. But what I challenge us to do is when we leave here, we change our perspective. Yes, it's tough. Yes, it's rough. Yes, it's all bad. But we're the only ones that when we walk out the locker room, when we walk out of these doors, that get to decide whether or not we're going to win. We're the ones that get to decide whether or not it's going to work. We're the ones that get to decide that.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Dr. Giss, do you have a report for us this evening?
I have a couple of brief things. I also wanted to acknowledge that January is School Board Recognition Month, and also to acknowledge that it's an interesting month for it to be School Board Recognition Month. It would have been easy to gloss over that, but I want to take a moment to thank President Keller, Vice President Schreiber, board members Hosmer, Fate, Marshall, Wester, and Woolley for their tireless service to Tulsa students, staff, teachers, and families. This is a volunteer position they put in. They are elected officials, and they put in extraordinary amounts of time and energy and effort. And you've seen board members, I know about board members who've shown up immediately after surgeries when they shouldn't be. Board member Marshall, and after, over the years, significant injuries, board member Fate, that happened while on duty, while suffering from challenges that would keep other people home and away from board meetings. Board member Woolley, they are on subcommittees. They are dealing regularly with emails from constituents. They're holding meetings in their district. Board member Wester has office hours on a regular basis. Dr. Hosmer has made himself available in multiple ways to different schools, and most recently to the folks at Wright. They're spending time with me and my team, asking hard questions. They're in our schools, again, Board Member Fate. They are asking really, really hard questions and challenging us. Again, this is all of our board members, but I'll say Board Member Fate, Dr. Hosmer, among the rest, our board leadership members, our president and vice president, asking really, really hard questions. You heard earlier about the portfolio committee and the data that we shared while we had a performance report. Much of the data that you saw came because the members of that committee asked for that data. And so this is what these board members do, not just in these meetings, and we appreciate everyone who's been here for this length of time, because they're here for that same period of time, and then again and beyond for many hours that people don't even realize that they do. I know they do it because they love Tulsa. They love Tulsa Public Schools. It's rewarding to serve your community, but as you know from these decisions, it's incredibly challenging. These are folks who love this district. These are, every single person is a parent, is in many cases parenting, in our current or soon-to-be parents of Tulsa Public Schools students. These are really difficult roles, and while we have all acknowledged the challenge that the recommendations that I've brought before the board and what it means to our teachers and children and families and team members, I wanted to take this opportunity during Board Member Appreciation Month to recognize the challenge that it is to be a board member, and I'm inspired and humbled by these board members and the role that they play in overseeing the district and representing the people of Tulsa as elected officials. Moving on, I wanted to again say that our Enrollment Expo is this weekend. This is the first board, and I am the first superintendent to take on enrollment in a significant way after decades of loss of enrollment. We talked about our efforts to improve our enrollment system. We've also, though, are making the process easy and accessible, our mobile center and so forth, but we're also helping our schools to put their stories out there, to tell people about the work they do. We're going to make it easy for families to get there. We're running shuttles. You can catch a shuttle at Booker T. Washington, Rogers, East Central Memorial, among other schools. At the expo, community members will be able to meet with members of the team, talk about the opportunities that are there, learn about schools they probably don't even know about, and we also want to encourage them to learn more about their own neighborhood school. That's part of our work on enrollment right now, is about promoting our neighborhood schools, because for far too long, prior to my being the superintendent and this board being the leaders of this district, there was more of an effort and emphasis that was placed on schools of choice, and we are lifting up neighborhood schools as the schools, and you saw that through the report that we shared. And then lastly, I just want to acknowledge what a joy it was to wake up this morning and open the Tulsa World, knowing what a day we had ahead of us, to see the story about Tulsa Beyond. And yes, we are reimagining high school. We're proud of that. We are leading the country. We are going to be the place where students, teachers, parents, and school leaders and community members have reimagined school, because what we know is that high school is not working for kids, and it's not just here in Tulsa, it's across the country, and we have to do things differently. And I hope you saw the story. I was shocked about the ways in which we're making real world experiences to be greater opportunities for students. And while we're already a leader in that in the state across the board, in our Tulsa Beyond schools, it's really a significant area of emphasis. And that concludes my comments, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. We have one non-routine item requiring board attention this evening. It requires my attention apparently, which is a motion, second, discussion, and vote on motion to enter into a settlement agreement between the district and Sodexo Management, Inc. in litigation styled Independent School District Number 1 of Tulsa County, Oklahoma et al. v. Sodexo Management, Incorporated, United States District Court for Northern District of Oklahoma, case number, really long number, and authorize the district's attorneys to prepare or approve all necessary documents, including and assignment to Sodexo of the district's subrogation rights in such litigation and to authorize its execution by the board president and board clerk. Do I have a motion?
Move approval of the settlement agreement.
Second. Thank you very much. Are there any questions about the settlement agreement? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Ms. Wester?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. Is there any new business this evening?
No new business.
That brings us to the much-awaited announcements. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday. Please take note, as it will be an important meeting. The meeting will be held on Tuesday, January 21st, 2020. Ooh, caught you, Sarah. 2020 at 6:30 p.m. in the Cheryl Selman Room at the Charles C. Mason Education Service Center at 3027 South New Haven.
On Tuesday, because of Martin Luther King Day, which is a day on, not a day off, and there are lots of things going on across the city.
Indeed.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Gist. Thank you all for sticking it out long into the evening. I hope that you all have kind and benevolent bosses who will look the other way when you come in late tomorrow morning. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Ms. Marshall?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.
My dog's about to push up.
Meet y'all right now. 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 Meet y'all right now.